I love in the wintertime just because like my toesies get cold, and my toesies get cold, my fingers get cold, and then typing like hurts.
I hope we were live in time for you to say toesies.
We were.
Yeah, toesies.
We absolutely
Oh
were. Absolutely.
My toesies.
That was literally the first thing that they heard.
My toesies get cold.
Yeah.
Cold toesies. Yep.
Hey everybody, welcome back. We are back with some more Lost Initiative. Return to Faerun. We are on now officially week 4. Thank you so much, Barry Allen. 15 months in a row. I'm gonna hand it to Scott immediately. Just give it to Scott. It's all his. Take it away. We are in the midst of travel, and I'm excited to see what happens next.
I'm gonna give it to Scott and keep talking. Cool.
Yeah.
Wrap it up. Wrap up what I was saying.
Yeah. Wrap it up, Mike. Wrap it up.
This is the kind of person. Wait, this is coming from you, who within a month I'll hear the same
Yeah,
story
so anyways,
15
I want to
times.
tell you that. All right,
I don't
so
think that's what a D100 would look like.
a D100 is 2d10s. A D100 is 2d10. It's like a 10, 20, 30 on one die, and it's a 1, 2, 3 on the other die, and it combines. I mean, there are D100s that have like all the dice on it because it's so round.
You can't really roll it.
This dice, it just goes 20, 40, 60, 80. I don't.
You combine them. So
Yeah, you
Wade,
combine
ready?
them.
This is gonna be really hard. I'm gonna teach you math. It's gonna be difficult, but roll 1d100.
Oh, yeah.
All right,
Who got it
now
first?
32
Oh, I rolled into the wrong thing.
because it rolled a 30 and a 2.
That's cheap. I want to see a 100-sided die.
It's a ball. It's a ball,
It's a ball with sand in it.
and it won't ever settle. Is a
No,
problem.
it has sand in it. It still takes forever, but it has sand in it.
Yeah, it's
want it.
forever.
Yeah.
Oh no!
I know what I'll
Matt.
get you for your birthday now. You get D100.
I just picture like a Atlas ball that you roll.
Oh, for Mortifer, what we
For
could do?
D100, just Atlas ball.
Oh yeah, D100 for Mortifer. For
No,
what?
no, not D100. For Mortifer, what we could do is, because typically speaking, when a 1d12 weapon goes up in size category, then it just becomes the same as a 2d6 weapon. It becomes 3d6. But if you want, when it goes up to 4d6, you can get all edgy and do 2d12. And there's actually a die where it's a d12 inside of a d12.
Why would you go
So as you-
12? You have that's a lower chance of rolling high numbers.
There are certain critical multiplying.
12, it's a 4 with 4d6.
There are certain critical multiplying feats and abilities that are better for you. Like, for instance, if you're talking about 5e, a half orc has the ability that when you critical hit, you add one more of the die type. So the die type is a d6 versus a d12. It's a much better effect on the critical hit. You know what I'm saying?
12 would be better.
Yeah.
That.
So there are a few different, and it's niche, but there are a few different reasons to do so. Either way, it's a d12 inside of a d12. So you shake it like this, and you roll it, And
Don't do that.
you go like this.
Yeah, don't.
It's like rolling dice, man. Like, do I have to show you how to roll
Yeah,
dice?
you know, like this, Wade.
No, like,
Wait, really,
no.
really easy.
You know this thing.
I just remembered. I do have something else I got to do. I won't be able to make it.
Like I
Like
have a
you've never
D30.
rolled dice before.
I have a
Wade.
D30. Like you roll dice. All right. Oh, I missed that sound. I'm so excited. I'm so excited for the charity stream because I missed that sound.
Oh, I want that sound. Can I?
Oh my god. Hold on.
Oh, yes.
Okay,
So
this
good.
is really gross listening to you get off over and over again. Can we please, for the love of God, kill me again?
All right. Sorry, I know that this sounds so whoop.
Just the booping sound.
Boop.
Which
Boop.
speaking of which, I need to get rid of this pike.
Oh.
It's kind of useless in my hands.
You never know. You never know.
Oh, we know.
All right. Now that we're done punishing Mike for
Yeah, Mike was the only one suffering there.
Punishing me? Well, like, what am I getting punished for?
I'm sorry, Mike.
What was
We
I being? How was that a punishment in any way?
I don't know. Apparently, you were a bad boy in some.
Oh my goodness.
What?
I don't know. Tyler's getting
punishing Wade right now.
Oh, okay.
Scott
that's
and
fine.
Tyler are being kinky. Pat's just smiling about it. And Pat's like that guy that stays in the closet watching, like. And I'm like the delivery guy that shows up, like, I got a special.
Excuse me, if you're gagging, then what kind of? Never mind. Never mind.
Anyway,
Let's just
let's move on.
last session.
Wade is
Last-
goofy confirmed.
I like how Scott's like the only way he would be gagging is if.
He's a delivery guy. He's a
I
delivery
leveled
guy.
up, everybody.
He's a delivery
Yay!
guy.
Wade, why are you like that? Me?
Can't believe Wade's got this dirty mind.
It's Wade's fault. It's always Wade.
All right, next let's just actually play a game before we get kicked off Twitch. So
Goodness.
No, Wade would just be the only one that kicked off.
Why?
You started it.
is that your O face?
That's his O face.
You look just like Pikachu.
Pika fucking chew. Let's go.
All right, so last time on the session, to sum it up very quickly, you guys had approached the bridge the time before and noticed particles floating. You decided to do quick little experiments. Particles were floating. Water did taste funny. Oh shit, monster appeared. You guys did everything in your power to try to like combat this thing. It seems like it wasn't fully together, and you wanted to work together to try to stop it from fully forming. Maybe even snatch from it that little sewing needle that you had seen during that combat. And so you guys all worked together to try to combat this thing, but it was clearly outmatched all of you. Like there was no question that you were way out of your element here. So after more or less just playing a little bit of what's that game where you are really mean to a nerdy kid and you throw that ball and he's in the middle trying to get it?
Monkey in the middle.
Monkey in the middle. After playing a little monkey in the middle with the big demon thing, you eventually decided to kind of give up because it had other things to focus on at the moment, and gobbled up Mike's character, ate him, and flew away or disappeared. Teleported actually. When it teleported, it ate Mike's character. The dwarf is dead. Long live the dwarf. But at the same time, you guys, through actions of your own, you utilizing the bile from the basilisk, a couple of spells, and the liver of the troll shoved into a hole made from pulling a spear out. You guys were able to revive the half-orc that was on the bridge. Very shortly thereafter, you realized that half-orc was not just any random statue or any random half-orc. It was actually apparently a powerful spellcaster by the name of Thunk. Even more so, he had the capacity to return another friend of yours who had died in the combat back to life, which was something that none of you had ever witnessed beforehand, and is certainly awe-inspiring. So you kind of like regrouped. We lost a friend, we gained another. Will you help us in fighting down this creature? Yeah, it's pretty fucked up. Why not help you out? And so you guys traveled most of the way to the village nearby.
And then they remembered I was dead too.
You got revived Vice lore.
We already covered that, Wade.
Yeah.
I just thought it was a long while after I died that they remembered to come back for me. While the flies were like eating the open wound in my chest.
Yeah, we already traveled a couple days ago.
Technically, it was less than a minute.
Well, I mean, dead old guy. I don't know, this
That seems pretty
random
normal.
orc coming back to life from stone.
Glad to hear when I die in real life, it's gonna be a dead old guy.
Oh, you lived a good long life, Wade.
Almost 30 years. My birthday's next week.
Hooray.
Happy early.
Real life?
We went out to eat.
Really? What day?
April 3rd.
Oh, Wednesday. Oh, are you going to be here for the stream?
Probably. I don't
Oh.
have anything to celebrate with. They all moved away.
Oh,
I
Well-
celebrated with you today. Shut up.
Doesn't count. It's not my birthday yet.
wait. That means you get a present. Like no joke. Like a present in game. When it's your real life birthday, that week's session, you get a gift in game.
Do I get to decide what that is?
No, but I might take some ideas from the viewers. We can get some really cool stuff
damn
going.
it. This can
You
only-
already got a gift in game from the viewers before. You already received a Patreon item.
I did.
Yep. You just do like what most people do. You go, huh, and then you just kind of like that's where it sits. Like Mike's ring on Thursday. Mike got a ring on Thursday. It was a Patreon item. He had no idea it was magical.
Oh no, I used it for roleplay purposes.
Yep.
I didn't know that was
definitely
magic.
wrote
He
down what
went like over a season with it, just sitting on his finger. You know.
Yeah,
like-
I used it to gain influence.
I'm sure I
Never
wrote
cast a
down
tech
with the
magic.
merchant
No.
family.
It was something I wrote down, right?
Oh, yeah, but that's because it was Dark Sun, so magic isn't really in the forefront of his mind.
Yeah, that's true. All right, so moving on. so wait, you'll receive a present next week because it's your birthday. So you guys have traveled most of the way to Winter's Edge to my apologies to Rivermoot to try to like see what's going on there, rest up. But the problem is all of you, even though you could have finished the travel to get to Rivermoot, every one of you is really beat up. And so you have, while you have this foreboding feeling, you think that this is potentially where the creature had gone. And you know that speed is probably a good thing. At the same time, getting there too soon without resting could just be the end of all of your lives. So you chose to rest first and to be heroes later. So after you guys had finished resting up, so you get a long rest, everybody recharges their spells and everything's all up. And we actually had a level up of the party. So we actually have a few of you guys leveled up, which is good news. Level 6 now. Ding, hey. The next morning starts up and you guys are able to start moving in. Now, we ended last session specifically with the a little chatter between you guys, kind of like getting to know each other a little bit. Do you guys finish that chatter at all this morning, or is it kind of just down to business and start rolling backwards in your chair?
I think Beishra wants to talk about some stuff.
Sure, go right ahead, sir.
So this whole, like, I understand magic and I understand what you guys are able to do, but what is this other creature? What is this thing, and why? This is the only thing that I've ever encountered that could absolutely take me on, let alone all of us at once. What is this? What is going on? I am so lost.
Evil. Evil is what it is. Pure. Yes, I'm saying it. Pure evil. It devours the life force of everything around it. Hey, we're lucky we escaped with our lives. How did we escape with our lives? I was pretty sure. Never mind. Other than that, I don't know. You saw it has many arms. It has galaxy guts. You saw what you perceived, and you perceived what you saw.
As
Nothing.
Vice Lord explains, this is true evil.
Not copyrighted.
Thonk, you have dark powers. Did you feel any kind of magic before it left?
I mean, yeah, I hadn't have any detect spells running, so Thonk would just very subtly just shake his head no.
It wanted. Vice was going to pull out the earring. It wanted this back. Now, I don't know if this item is cursed, if it's magical in property. I don't know much about it. We need to figure out more about this earring and why it wanted it back. Whether it was just for its horror fashion show, or if it in fact needs this back to get its power back to maximum. I speculate that the best thing we can do is destroy this or remove its magics or use it for ourselves to stop the creature.
Well,
Out of all of us, I feel
Once we're in agreement. What?
Hmm?
What were you saying?
I think, I mean, seeing as there's a piece of the thing on there, I think it wanted to become whole. That seems to make sense to me. You know, when us lizards lose our tail, we grow one back, but not you soft-skinned or this creature doesn't seem to do that, even though it seems to be able to stitch itself back together. I don't know. That's just a thought process. But I think that seems pretty fixing. I generally, if my tail gets lost, I want it back. I want it to grow back faster than it already grows back. So that seems logical to me.
Why would you keep earrings on your tail?
I don't keep earrings on my tail.
not even as decorative.
No!
Noted.
This is about wanting to be whole, not about decorative jewelry. You soft-skinned people and wanting to pierce skin. Ugh. Gross. Anyway.
Oric, I can't remember your name. Well, why are you... How long were you on this bridge?
You told me what year it was last session, right? It was been like
Yeah.
3 years, 4 years, something like that, Scott?
Thought it was 5.
5 years. So, yeah, I just reiterated 5 years.
Never in your travels did you ever come across anything like this creature before. It seems I am cursed to have it follow me.
Have you ever thought that you are being followed because you carry the earring?
Yes, but the earring wasn't obtained until my third encounter with the creature.
It did seem to be hunting specifically you in that battle.
Well, that's because it
be
wanted this
hunting
back.
an
I could
earring.
feel it pulling. I held on with all of my strength. Very
Well, I
strong.
can see that giant hole still in your robe. Holes.
The
Yeah.
pouch. Thank you.
Well, your pouch is flashing us.
Vice
Speaking of
Lord,
which,
are
what's
you
in
able?
there?
You're more than welcome to buy me a new pouch if you so wish. But we have more pressing matters as to what we do with this earring and how do we stop the creature from getting it back.
Vice Lord, have you decided to investigate the earring at all?
Of course, I've investigated the earring. You think I'm insane?
Out of the magical folk here, I feel you, myself, and Thunk would be the most.
I don't
I'm
dabble in
still
magic.
learning.
I don't understand otherworldly stuff. I'm just all kinds of freaked out right now. But all I know is I'm pissed that this thing basically manhandled all of us.
Oh,
and
it
I
ran
just
right
wanna
through
kill it.
all of us.
I want
Our-
it gone. I
Our
want to tear
friend
it apart.
Bofgrim is gone.
You have
Yeah,
no
I know.
idea how lucky
He
we
was
are
the
to
one
still
who
be
kept me a
alive.
part of this group.
Bofgrim, being the only casualty, is rare. Normally, there are no survivors, except me.
No, I survive a lot of stuff, but this definitely was a scare of Max.
Well, know that you're lucky that it wanted to flee or left on its own volition without finishing us off. It probably went to... Again, that town is probably gone now. However, before we go into the town, we are not prepared to face this creature, especially while we still carry the item it wants. So, any suggestions on what we should do to identify and possibly dispose of or harvest this power for ourselves? I
Well,
could try
you
removing the curse from it, assuming it's a cursed object. However, I would like to know more about its properties before I do that.
Well, you half-orc. You said you could perhaps help destroy it, or at most banish the creature. Could you perhaps do the same to this item?
If the actually, let me look at my spell details. 'Cause I believe banishment only works on creatures. Send one creature, so yeah, it has to be a creature. He looking over to you, just with a quiet voice, just saying, banishment only works on the creature as a whole. Much like the old one, I could attempt to remove its curse, if that's indeed what it is.
Well,
But
perhaps...
I have a question for the three of you first. Does Obald still rule?
I believe so.
Yes.
Yes.
For now, until he gets a visit from this creature.
You joke.
No, I do not joke.
Good, because that's where my mind lies as well.
What, you want the creature to kill him?
No. Well, if he is who he says he is, then no. But if you wish this thing to be fought, and this earring and piece of ear is a seemingly tracking object, something that it can perceive wherever it is and follows it, what better place for it to find it than in the keep of a bunch of angry, armed half-orcs and a king who claims to be a god.
Another problem for another group of folk, probably more capable and well armed than us.
Until it kills all of them and continues its rampage. But I suppose if you want someone eliminated, this is the surefire way to have them taken out.
If you
They
believe,
Nice
can
lore.
merely weaken it, and we can come in to finalize.
Yes,
I
yes, we are.
You spoke before of this creature gaining its power from consuming people.
My best guess, yes.
Perhaps it's best if we drew it away from where people were then, if it gains power from consuming them.
Well, that's the thought now, right? We lure it away, it kills us, or it takes what it wants, and then it goes back and consumes anyway. Our best shot of disposing it is to have the best warriors equipped, as Tonk has said, and we hope that they can kill it, or at least weaken it enough to where we can help finish it. However, at our present state, I do not believe we are equipped to do much. But we should try.
Is there any way we could perhaps keep the creature in a certain place until it weakens because it hasn't been able to feast?
Oh, it's feasted. You said it went to a city?
Well, yeah, it went
Well, not
into
well
a
for it to
tree and
happen.
into some town I didn't recognize it.
It's probably more powerful now than when we fought it.
Yes, if it fled, that means it was already in a weakened state.
The only vulnerable point that we probably know about is that sewing needle it carried to sew itself back up. And that's just a guess.
Lots of speculation, but I believe we find out what this is, and then we decide where to go. Whether it's to the keep with the God King.
so he claims.
You have history with this fellow?
A minor amount.
Is he the reason you were stuck on a bridge with a spear through your chest?
No.
Speaking of which, would this pike be of use to you?
I can use a pike, I think. But I have my hammer. And I'm very happy with that.
I suppose I'll hold on to it then.
Oh, I
The
still
question remains, do we care about helping out the stone girl? Do we have to go and get another troll and
stone girl.
another...
At this point, I think our priorities are elsewhere.
Agreed. Shame, though. Seemed like a good person, from what I could gather from her
Yeah,
stone
and
thoughts.
I definitely still want to know why she summoned me, but
You
another
could
day.
hold more answers, possibly.
I feel as if they're unrelated.
Well, we do know we have an imminent threat in a town nearby, so we could pursue that. But first, I want to examine this earring more closely. Perhaps after being near its point of origin, it will be a little bit easier to interpret exactly what it can do. So, Scott, I would like to examine the earring again.
Sure. Are you just gonna flat examine it, or do you want to like utilize any special powers?
For now, I just want to examine. I want to know more about it before I try removing curses or anything else.
I have an idea. Bashar's going to take out his lantern and hold it by it.
Okay.
The lantern
So,
is revealing.
Yeah. So, what Basher is doing is he's coming over and he like lights his lantern. None of you guys know what this is or what it does yet, but he takes his lantern and lights it up and kind of like shines it in the area. And for the first time, you guys actually see there's almost like a cloud of dust just constantly around this thing. And even as you see it, and he lights the lantern and he points it at it, you just see it illuminates loads and loads of dust. It has this hazy, almost milkish with a faint blue hue to it color. And as you take the thing, you kind of like wave it through the dust. Just as you might imagine, waving your hands through dust would kind of like cut through the cloud for a moment. You notice that does happen. But the cloud, almost like the entire cloud itself, seems to sway and move with it. And it's not small by any stretch. Further investigating, kind of taking a step back, Beshra, and like allowing like the full extent of your lantern to, let its pale light fall upon the item in the area. You can see that the dust cloud actually expands beyond what you can see with the lantern. You can continue trying to like examine the parameters if you'd like, or you can, just kind of like take that as is.
I think I'd be really curious because I'm still taken aback by the magic and stuff. So Bashar's gonna walk around and see where that weird cloud ends.
Sure. So you're gonna roll me an investigation check for what you're doing. And
All right.
Wade, obviously, like you've seen what he showed. You can either examine, like just kind of like watch what he's doing, or he's doing his own thing. You're gonna do your own thing.
I'm curious as to both. I'd probably be paying attention to him because I've had this thing for a long time, so I imagine I've examined it several times.
Sure. So you're also welcome to roll an investigation check, though it's unlikely that you're going to do as well as Bashir is walking around with the actual lantern.
Yeah, agreed.
Oh, did you see that?
Oh my gosh, you got robbed.
It stood on the 20 and was like, hey, I'm going to do better.
It like rolled off onto the 12. That's fine. That's fine. And the 8, I mean. So anyways, you even if you got the 20 though, it looks like you would have been the same result. So Bashra, walking around with the lantern, one of the things that you notice, and this isn't a short amount of time, it's like taking a solid 10, 15 minutes to do this. Walking around with the lantern, you eventually are able to back up further and further and further until you see that the cloud comes to an end. It's not like it's infinite. It does seem to permeate about a 30-foot radius around where the actual where Vicelor is standing holding the thing, which is a pretty massive field considering. But then as you step beyond that and you see it kind of like fades away and gets super thin, you start walking along the perimeter of it and walking along until you get to where the perimeter would be. The cloud seems to then expand beyond the 30 feet. You turn your lantern and start kind of like walking along that path, about 100 paces or so, and the cloud continues to expand in that direction and just continues to go. Taking a moment to think about it, you're like, huh, that's the direction of the town that we're going to.
Yeah, I wonder if this is linked to the creature, and it actually we can use this to track where the creature is.
It works both ways. Obviously, the creature can find us with that as well. At least we now know how.
If that creature has already made its way to the town, with the way you describe it, the town is, and he nods to Vicelor, likely dead.
Yes, there's no one left there.
This thing wiped out all 4 of us in a very quick manner. Thonk,
Oh no, it wasn't trying. You haven't seen it try yet.
how confident are you in your fighting abilities of this unknown creature? The Seax kind of says with a hesitant, scared voice.
If it was Grimish's will for it to be gone, it will be gone. I have a subset of tools that will be useful against it in sending it away. I cannot guarantee I can kill it, but I can guarantee I'd at least attempt to send it to another realm.
I can be there to help back you up and give you the time you need.
I only get one chance.
I do not wish this creature on any realm, any town, any group.
Nor do I.
However, we have the tools that we have, so I suppose let's try to do something about this earring, and then we will proceed to go after the creature itself. Now, do you want to keep? Shall we? I guess with a group vote. Do we leave it alone and use this to track the creature, or do we try to take the earring's power away so it can't be reunited?
Well, does the earring have any purpose, or is it just the skin that's allowing us to be able to track it back?
Oh, that's a good question too. I do not know. Again, I have not. I kept it as a reminder. I didn't think much about its actual utility until now.
I could burn it.
Give me the earring. Let me
Careful
attempt.
what you ask.
Let me attempt, and see if I can at least make it more manageable for us to carry. I am going to try to remove Curse Scott on this thing.
Okay.
I don't know how powerful the curse would be if it is cursed and what the rules are, but I have it. At your touch, all curses affecting one creature or object end. There's no roll.
Pop it into chat before you read it.
Yep,
Sorry.
yep.
Thank you.
At your touch, all curses affecting one creature or object end. If the object is a cursed magic item, its curse remains. Wait, what? But the spell breaks its owner's attunement to the object, so it can be removed or discarded. I don't know what that means.
So it's so crazy how 5e is so different from the other editions. But you know how like if you have a magic item, you might not detect that it's cursed. You can be like, oh, these are boots of speed, and then you attune them to yourself to get the access to the magic. It's like, nope, these are lead boots, and you actually like move only 5 feet around instead.
Oh, there was like a joke, like a hidden type thing.
Yeah, well, it's just cursed items. They hide their nature,
Okay.
but you can't remove them. The attunement to you, the curse is that the attunement is locked. You can no longer unattune them from yourself. Remove curse allows you to break that lock so you can rid yourself of the item.
Gotcha.
The item is still a cursed item unless you cast a spell like break enchant, which would actually destroy the item.
Break enchantment's gotta be.
You no longer have to wear them. You can just sell them to a shopkeeper.
Okay,
So
so
if this is attuned to it, it'll break that attunement. We can figure out what the magical enchantment of it is.
Could
There
be.
are- There are ways to figure out what it is. Like for instance, certain degrees of detect magic with arcana checks and stuff like that, casting identify, or you could attune it to yourself and run some tests. When you attune an item to yourself, you don't instantly know what it does, but well, you start to figure it out.
well, let's detect magic on it first before we start attuning shit from an ethereal creature.
Come on, Mike. Why do you have to be the character of the 21 Wisdom?
Hey, I'm a smart character this time.
So I will just cup it. You'll see basically him gently cup it into both his hands, and a very dim red light will kind of emanate between the cracks of his fingers briefly, and I'll just remove curse and see if it does anything. Would I know?
If just simply casting remove curse?
Yeah. Then I could detect magic, right, and see if then maybe.
So what we were going to do detect magic, and then when you cast detect magic on it, just because you do things a little bit different from others, I'll allow you to roll a religion check instead of arcana.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, because you're not really an arcana person. You understand magic differently.
Yeah, but that's not terrible. 14 or 16.
So you detect magic on this thing. There's no question that you detect the presence of magic, right? Looking the thing over is one of those things where it's so powerful in the magics that are on it. It takes you a couple of moments to adjust your eyes to just the scintillating lights that are coming off of it. However, looking back at it and trying to pick and through each individual shining light that's coming off of it, all the loud sounds that seem to be like drumming off of it, and even the brilliant overbearing smells that are coming off of it as you're trying to like discover all the different types of magics that are there, it's just too overwhelming for you to be able to discern. Maybe with more efforts, maybe with some aid of somebody who's better practiced in these things.
If anybody else
you
has
could,
detect
but-
magic, you're welcome to give it a shot.
This is before you broke the curse, though, right? So it might
No,
be...
detect magic is after I break the curse. Break curse first, detect magic second.
Oh, my apologies. You're casting break curse first?
Yeah,
I wasn't sure that you were doing that. So you cast break curse.
Yeah, remove curse first, then detect magic.
Sure. You cast break curse on it, and you don't see anything happen immediately.
Okay.
Until it's like right as you're kind of doing that, then Bashram, right? Bashram? Yeah, Bashra starts is like around this time he's coming back with his lantern and his investigation. And Bashra, as you're walking back, you actually notice that all of a sudden the cloud that you were watching this whole time, you're walking a long ways and following, like, there's no reason to follow any further. I get the point. And you walk back and you kind of like shrug towards them and they all have their conversation. All of a sudden, it's gone. And you like raise the lantern, maybe take a few hurried steps back over to where they are, and you raise the lantern to where they are. And the cloud is completely dispersed. Then you spend the time trying to detect the magic on it. Again, it's very bright. Around the time that you're done doing this investigation, which again, this isn't a short period of time, this whole thing of detect magic takes about 10 minutes of just like really trying to analyze the thing. Around the tail end of that 10 minutes or so, you can start to see the cloud starting to permeate. But it's not like it's like eeping or whatever out of the ear and the earring itself. It's almost like it's just apparating in the area all around it on its own. You guys didn't notice it at first because like Basher is not necessarily standing there with the lantern holding it, probably put it down and was kind of looking just. All of a sudden, one of you guys at the corner of your eye would be like, "Huh, there's a bit of dust over there too," and you start seeing it like it's just kind of like forming everywhere around you. Give it enough time, the whole area once again refills with that dust, and the trail once again picks back up.
So it just auto-attuned back to him? Well,
it's assuming attunement is what the curse that you were breaking.
Can the earring come off the earpiece? The skin?
You're gonna try to do that, like kind of give it a good tug?
Just try to like pop it.
Sure, it's one of those things where as you grab the earring and the ear and you start like ripping at them together, and you're literally watching like the skin stretch and rip. And you know, if you were a regular person, it might be sickening, but for you, like, and so you're ripping at it, and you can actually literally watch strand by strand the flesh actually tearing off of the open to pull the ring free. But right before it starts to get to the point, like around halfway of being ripped free, you start to see the skin starting to grab at itself and pulling itself back together. So it's almost like ripping back and forth from one side to the other, but can't fully release it.
Well, seeing like this 10 to 20 minutes of experimentation, removing the curse, trying to detect magic, trying to rip the earring off and seeing the skin come back, Thonk will posit simply that if this skin is still reacting this way, then it's not necessarily a dead piece of flesh, and that if this earring is attuned to the being, it's likely still staying attuned because this piece of an ear is not necessarily dead flesh. It's still alive. It's still part of him. So it might not be able to unattune if that's what's happening.
So perhaps we could...
We could destroy it.
Have you tried burning it?
I'm out of ideas, too.
I can try. I'm good at burning things.
Thonk nonchalantly just kind of tosses you the earring and the flesh attached.
Can I use ignite as I grab it?
Absolutely, yeah. So all of a sudden, you guys start to you see his hands kind of glowing red, and all of you guys start to smell burning, rotting flesh. It is
As I
gross.
grasp it, just flames just immediately start coming off my hand.
And so the flames grow larger and larger at first. So it's like all of a sudden there's like a fistful of fire, but then the fire starts to get lower and lower and switches from this like orangey red to like this deep, deep blue. And then the blue starts to like fade back into this like light blue, not quite to the point of white, but he's really concentrating on it and holding his power on for as long as he can. You do until the extent of what you feel like you can put out, like squeezing your fist and allowing all of your power to surge through your hands, their Siaks. And eventually when you unclench your fist, which takes a moment because you were holding hard, it's just like you could feel it in your joints. When you unclench your fist and look down at it, it looks completely untouched. It had no effect. Perhaps just burned away any blemishes or whatever that would have been on the metal until this point.
I've done all I could do, and I kind of just tossed it back to Vicelor.
I wish I could remember the spell that was used to sever this from its...
I am curious, actually. Do I want to use my 1/4 level slot, though?
Is this before or after we've rested?
After.
This is
Oh,
after we
after.
rested.
Absolutely after. All right, one last thing. If we're going to play the experimentation game,
Uh-oh.
let me try to banish the skin attached to the earring. Let me see if I can free the earring by just ridding this living flesh. Send it back to where it came from. Then that way, one, we'll know if banish... We'll at least have an idea if banish is going to work against him or not. If it does work, obviously.
On a portion of it.
On a portion of him. Yeah.
Yeah.
If it's still alive.
Wade, you understand the parameters of banish in game, but out of game you might not. Mike, we want to pop it into chat so he can see it real quick because he might have qualms with that.
I was actually looking at it, but... Yeah,
I just want to make sure that you have the ability to answer correctly in game.
yeah.
So, you attempt to send one creature that you can see within range to another plane of existence. The target must succeed in a charisma saving throw or be banished. If the target is native to the plane of existence you're on, you banish the target to a harmless demi-plane. He's not, so that shouldn't be what happens. While there, the target is incapacitated. The target remains there until the spell ends, at which point the target reappears in the space or it left. Or
It's so
in the
funny
nearest
that banish
unoccupied space.
works on like you could banish a human standing on Earth. Like again, 5e is just so different. So weird.
If the target is native to a different plane of existence than the one that you're on, the target is banished with a faint popping noise, returning to its home plane. If the spell ends before 1 minute has passed, the target reappears in the space it left. So basically, my gut would say is banish the skin. I'll hold it as long as I can, and in that time, if you want, we could take that ring and try to tune it to the one of us instead. So when the skin comes back, it's not necessarily attached to this thing.
It's worth a shot. I've carried this as a reminder, but...
You could attune it to yourself, Vicelor, and just attach it to you.
A lot of risk associated, but a lot to gain possibly as well.
At the very least, knowledge.
I've pursued this thing for my entire life. If this has a chance of giving us an advantage, then I'm for it.
At the very
I know
least,
that's
if the skin gets banished, and even if we don't attune the earring to anybody, it'll at least let the four of us know that banishment will at least work, even if it only works for a minute. I mean, that's a minute of time we could prep.
That's not how the banishment. What it's saying is if the spell ends before 1 minute passes. What that
Then he
means-
comes back, but if it doesn't end, then he's gone?
Correct.
Ah, that's even better. Okay.
So,
cool.
so that means more or less, because the way concentration checks work is that somebody can break your concentration with damage or otherwise, knock you unconscious, whatever. So if you cannot maintain concentration for a full minute,
Okay, gotcha.
they come back.
Cool.
Otherwise,
So,
Definitely
if
worth trying.
everybody's okay with that, I'm down to give it a shot. And see
There
if-
is the risk. What if the earring is in fact part of the being itself, and both are?
Then the earring will go with the piece, and that'll still be knowledge we learn.
Can the creature retrieve the item from another dimension and come back with it?
Yes.
It seems with its abilities that I could see, it was pulling itself out of an alternate dimension of the galaxy. So
Planes.
that is my one concern.
If that's
It would leave this land
correct.
and be a
Worth
problem for another.
We cannot defeat it in its current state, and it wants this back. It's worth trying.
Possibly becoming whole, like Bashra said,
Which
could
is
make
what
it
my
more
concern.
powerful. But if we banish, if Thonk banishes and it leaves
If
and doesn't come back,
this works, we attune this to me, and something horrible happens to me, I only ask that you put me down before I become anything close to what that creature is.
I will kill you quickly.
Thank you. Yes, that means
CX
you do.
lowers his hands of flames in disappointment.
What do you mean you don't want to die? You're already. We'll talk about this later. Oh, we
All right.
gotta have a chance. You're right.
While he's rambling at some invisible creature, I'll just try and banish the flesh. So it has to make a charisma save, basically.
choice, not
I don't
yours.
know how you want to do that.
Very well.
I know how. What just how your DC is.
Spell save DC is a 16.
Mm-hmm.
We shall see.
So obviously, it has some good saves and whatnot. So
Yeah,
your
I
initial
figured as much.
casting of the spell, you're forcing your magics upon it, and you can see the item itself start to discorporeate, start to dematerialize in front of you. You feel like the washes of the magics kind of like pushing against it, almost like how you could see like radiation blasting something into non-existence, right?
Mm-hmm.
But as you're like pushing it into the other plane, you can see it's almost like anchored, like it's so heavy, like a gust of wind trying to push it backwards, but it's so heavy it just barely moves or reacts to the amount of power that you're putting into it. You're not wrong in thinking that this might work, but you think that perhaps it just didn't work this time. Maybe you need to approach it slightly differently. Maybe you said the wrong words in the prayer. Maybe you just need to ask Grumsh for a little bit more of a favor before you go into this.
While this spell is going on, I want to stab it with the pike.
So while he's trying to banish it, he's going to run
Yep.
over. Ah!
Into the object, not into
The ear.
Thonk, but yeah, into the flesh of the ear.
You're right through thumbs. Like, hey, get back on your bridge.
Just to see if
Reunited and it
damaging
feels
it
so
might
good.
be of some help, because that's just all I know.
Sure. Why don't you roll me an actual attack roll?
Yep.
I'm curious this thing.
Just don't roll a natural one and somehow wildly miss.
He goes right in the middle of their earring.
Is
Alright,
this
so-
thing like on the ground, or how is Thonk?
If he's
banished?
stabbing it, it's on the ground. I'm not holding that.
Okay, I was gonna say, are you just like holding it?
So I imagine you have the spear in your hand and you swing the spear as opposed to like thrusting. You swing the spear and try to like smash the thing with a spear. And you actually do connect with it. And there's this moment where when you connect with it, it's almost like it's extremely magnetic and it holds to the metal edge of the spear. It is held to the ring for like a second, maybe 2 seconds. To you, it almost feels like an eternity. You're like, you know what I mean? Because you're like, it lasts for a long time. Everybody else sees it happen so quickly. And then all of a sudden with a great amount of force, the thing throws you backwards off your feet. You're thrown back about 10 feet or so. I'll deal a whopping 1d6 damage to you. Nothing crazy. There you go. Yeah, that's for you. 3 points of damage to you. Bludgeoning as you're thrown backwards. But most importantly, and everybody else, you, however, this happens so quickly because you're being thrown backwards. Everybody else sees this happen almost in slow motion. The spear itself is shattered. Splinters of wood going in every direction. The actual head of the spear itself shatters in many different directions at once. But the result remains. For whatever reason, you didn't succeed in pushing this thing into the other plane.
So the pike explodes, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. I don't have the pike anymore.
What does my hammer do exactly? Because we never statted that thing out.
Yep, you never figured out I mean, you said you created the thing,
Yeah,
you gave
and I
him the
left it.
task, and you walked away. And next time you saw
It was hand delivered to me, more or less.
it was you were attacked with it, knowing that the person that was holding it, just as a reminder to everybody, when you were attacked by the paladin, of
they were swinging with penalties.
Yeah, what the heck's his name? The keeper of the secrets of the mountain.
Bill.
No, it begins with a D.
I know.
Dumathoin.
Dumathoin.
Your knowledge.
Dumathoin.
So Dumathoin, when he's coming at you with it, even though he was say a right-handed as his primary hand, holding it in his right hand almost seemed like atrophied, like the thing itself was sapping the strength out of him just for holding it, and you fought with him or whatever.
All right. Do we want to start just burning through spells to try and are we taking the day to experiment on this thing? Is basically the next question I have.
Well, there's a couple of risks here. If we keep experimenting, one, it could alert the creature and it could come back and attack us while we're weak and having used all of our powers on the earring itself.
From the ground, Baishra says, but that wouldn't be the worst thing if it gets away from the town. Ow.
The town's gone. Forget the town.
My meta, just like what I'm thinking as a player, use divination, speak with Grimish for a moment, and ask. Basically, divination is like, all right, Scott, I get one question. You have to be honest, and then every time I ask more questions, there's a 25% chance he's allowed to lie. So the first one, I'd just be like, would it be a good idea to use my hammer on the earring? Very simple question.
I think it's best that we do figure out what to do with this before we move on and find the creature again. However, we do have to realize that if it understands...
The longer it's out there, the longer it harms people.
However, again, if it realizes what we're trying to do to a piece of it, it may come back and attack us while we're all vulnerable.
About how far are we from the town?
We can get there in a day.
I can keep a lookout. I'm pretty good with stealth and staying around. I'd be happy to keep a lookout, knowing that my lantern can tell us the path in which it's connected, so I can watch from a specific direction based upon that. So
I'm used to staying in the shadows as well, so I can help you.
Not a bad idea. I like sticking together.
I have a thought as well. I'm going to...
Why don't you
I can't use divination until tomorrow. We need a day.
Why didn't you have it on your memorized list? Did you have a red dot next to it?
Banishment. It was my red dot, and I removed it.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
So I need a day anyway. Now that I think about it.
Well, it's a day's travel to go find the dead.
Oh, because you only have 1/4 level spell, huh?
Correct. Yeah. I only have one at level 7. I have a bunch of other stuff, but other than that.
Well.
Okay.
Again, it's a day's travel to get to the town. We start making our way that way. He won't be there anymore anyway. Town's dead. However, I'm going to try to listen. If he's still attached to this ring, then perhaps I can understand more about this creature itself. So I'm going to use detect thoughts to see if I can hear anything or hear any thoughts coming from the earring or the creature or whatever it is.
So as always, when you cast detect thoughts, you do detect the presence of thoughts about you. Wade, as you know...
Oh God, there you go.
Yeah, it's a long spell. You take the thoughts of the of those around you. We don't need to go into those details because there's nothing of significance, and some of them might make their saves. But the short version is no, it does not work on this earring.
But Baishra pissed himself when he saw the magic yesterday. That's good to know.
What? I didn't piss myself.
Sure you didn't. Now, are we making the journey, or are we going somewhere else? Don't all speak up at once. Not you. I don't care about your opinion.
I'm gonna be scattering about trying to pick up the pieces of the pike, and seeing if I can use my cunning artisan to piece it back together into something usable.
Theax is kind of looking at the road, wanting to go investigate the town, because even though Viceroy's been saying it's ruined, Theax kind of wants to investigate.
So just to finish Baishra first before we go with the investigation that you want to do, more or less you pick up the stuff, you pick up the shadows or whatever. You can literally use like the heads and whatnot as almost like shurikens if you kind of like file them the correct way. Those being like little throwing, almost like throwing darts that do 1 damage. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Short range. So nothing crazy. And then to go to you, Pat, what were you saying about the investigate?
Theax just kind of is standing towards the trail to the town, saying, "I think we should go and investigate. I want to know what happened at the town."
Oh, okay, gotcha.
I
saying,
wouldn't be able to investigate by my. Well, I mean, I could, but I mean, it's about a day trip.
I'd happily go with CX to check out the town if they want to stay back and rest while we go.
Well, their rest is going to be because they can't recharge spells in a short rest. No cleric has the ability to do that.
I need a full night. I need an 8-hour sleep.
Yeah, so you guys would be coming back tomorrow. You know what I mean? Is when so he can either all can stay here. You can all go together, or they can literally sit here and play patty cakes while you guys go and get stuff done.
The Bashra,
But
they sound like they need a little bit more time to relax and power up again. Do you want to go scope out the town and see the damage that this creature has done?
If we can stay in the shadows
as well.
It seemed to mostly ignore me in the battle early on because I don't have magic. So I'm wondering if it's best if I actually go by myself. You tend to stand out, and I know this area. I don't want to go alone, but at the same time, I worry that with your magical abilities, if it would detect you more so than it would feel me as a threat.
You have a good point, but on numerous occasions, I've saved your ass with my fire.
I would not argue in any sort, but...
As long as you don't have the earring on you, you won't be seen as a threat. You're nothing more than food. Either one of you.
I don't want to go poking the bear. Let's try and stay stealthy and out of people's eyes.
Sounds fair.
Do I still have my spear, Scott? Or is that gone?
Yeah, anything that was on your person would have turned to stone with you.
So it would have been with me.
The only things that didn't turn to stone with you were magic items. So coin, anything like that would have turned to stone. Things that wouldn't have would have been magic items, but some of them wouldn't have been easily pryable from you.
So the blood spear, I'm basically asking.
Your blood spear would have been in your hands when
Correct.
you turned. So nobody would be able to just like take that away unless they broke your wrist. You wouldn't have hands then.
I'll approach Bayshra then. Before you go, both of you leave, and just you are men of action and violence, which I can appreciate. Heading into this town, whether it's dead or not, is dangerous. Take a blessing of my God with you. Let it protect you. And I will hand over a spear that I carried with me. Usually it's on my back, just kind of sheathed. It's a blood spear. It is a +4 attack, 1d8 +1 magic damage.
Ooh. I thank you for this generous gift and for your willingness to part with it. I promise to bring it back if I can. Obviously, no matter where I go.
In the background, stop giving them spears to break.
That was a pike. Shut up.
Donk really doesn't have any response. Like when you thank him, he just kind of just puts his hand up and he's like, and he just kind of looks to you. He's like, "If Grimish's wishes you to live, then this will help."
And you, Seax, come here. For you. Now, Spear of Magic is very good and important.
He's gonna give you a big smooch.
He reaches into a pocket and he pulls out a dagger. This is a dagger. It stabs things. I'm tired of carrying 3 of them, so take this one.
Can I grab it and slap him with it?
I mean, you can do whatever you want.
Okay, grab him, slaps him in the forehead. Thanks, old man.
Scott, are you adding the spear to my character?
Well, the fun thing about that spear, blood spear, I know it's a +1 spear.
It also gives him a bunch of perception bonus.
I added one dagger to my inventory.
Yeah, I'm sure because you had a.
I have something we haven't actually brought up is my armor's like ripped from here down, and there's always a part of my chest.
You didn't describe
exposed.
that aspect of your character.
I totally
forgot.
Yeah, I forgot
Oh,
that
you
it existed. It's been a long time. So other than him being kind of a boring looking orc that looks educated, which is weird for orcs, he bears half of his chest constantly, even through his armor, and there's a gigantic brand of an eye that just sits. Looks like someone literally took a brand and just burned it into him. And it just sits openly. It's for those who are religious, and your characters would know because major deities. It's Grimish's symbol. It's the symbol for the god that I'm obviously talking about. That's all.
Do you have a cushiony nipple?
The nipple was part of the burn. It was like the center of the eye. What can I say?
And it was burned away. Actually, it just doesn't exist anymore.
Anyway, I feel bad because I interrupted Wade and Patrick's moment there.
No,
No, you're fine.
Patrick thunk bunks Wade with the spear.
So
with the
it's
dagger.
just a spear, so it's a D8 weapon.
Mhm.
Let me just double check something for 5e spears. I think it's D6, but in two hands it's D8. Is how it works.
I can throw
Spears
my
are
attack.
throwable too.
Yeah, three. It's a throwable, range 2060.
Stop throwing and destroying spears.
But it's a +1 weapon, which is the nice thing there. But more importantly, Mike, if in case you didn't remember, the way that the mark worked was everybody got like a feat, right?
Mhm.
And so your mark gave you
It gave me a bonus to passive perception.
no. So it gave you a +1 wisdom. And then
Mm.
when you held the spear, it finished it off by giving you the actual feat alertness. No, not alert. The other one there. The one that allows you to get the +5 passive perception, +5 passive investigation, and the +1 wisdom. I can't remember the name of the feat is. Doesn't really matter. It's probably
That
on the
doesn't
character
get
sheet.
passed. That doesn't get passed on to.
That does not, because he doesn't
That's
have.
only he doesn't have the brand.
He would have to have the brands to get that magic passed on to him. However, you are holding a very powerful item in the name of Grumsh. You do not lose it by giving up the spear because you have the hammer in your possession. Okay.
Cool.
But without that brand, and this isn't something that you know out of game by any stretch of the imagination, Tyler, just something that you might think, Mike, is that I can give you the power of Grumsh, whatever. So
It's still a magic weapon, right? He's still gonna get a +1 to the magic damage, right?
correct. It is still a +1 spear
That's still good.
in the hands of Baisha. I'm putting on his character sheet now. It's just called Blood Spear. He says more power for worshippers of Grumsh.
Yeah, that makes
I
sense.
imagine you use this in two hands, sir.
I would, yes.
Basically, he gave it to Baisha because he seems like whether he knowing, like, subconsciously or not, he aligns very much with some of the tenets of Grimish, with how violent he openly is.
Spears are not finessable, so it's strength based. Just so you know.
Dang it.
Oh, is your strength not good?
It's a 0. It's not terrible, but it's not real high.
It's like dead average. Got it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. Even
Who
if you
knows?
just hang on to it and,
Hey,
and
I
whatever.
made 3 strength saves last week with a -1 modifier.
That's also true. You never know.
Oh,
You're right.
observance. Thank you.
I think
Anubis.
Grimish and Baisha would get along as well, Chad. Cool. That's it. So then he'll just kind of plonk down and basically the idea I think for Thonk is like he's gonna be running quote unquote experiments on the earring in the flesh, but realistically, mechanically, I'm not doing anything that requires any rolls, nor would get me any knowledge. He'd probably just start ruling out mundane things just to be sure.
Well, we'll have you make a couple of checks to see if you learn anything throughout the day. Let's see if
Sure.
you have any spells memorized that could benefit you during this time.
Dispel magic, maybe. I always have guidance if I need it. I don't know if that would help at all.
You'll be able to give yourself a +1
Yeah, I
d4
could
in a
do- I
roll
could-
before you make it.
I could
Yeah.
always use guidance. I have bless. I could try and bless the ring, the earring, which might do something. Basically, the idea is
Yeah. So you're gonna run through your gambit of spells.
Yeah,
maybe
exactly.
even create a spiritual weapon, try to strike on it with
Yep,
that. You'll have
that
your
kind of
fun.
thing.
Okay, cool. And then Wade, since you're sitting here with him as well, and you're gonna be kind of like fiddling as well, fiddling and diddling the item as well. You also have your remove curse and your dispel magics and everything else that you have there. So you can also work to figure it out. The two of you can have conversations back and forth, which actually might be a fun little RP thing for us to listen to. You guys chatter, but not yet. First, what we're going to do is we're going to take a break, and when we come back, we're going to follow the other two in town.
Yeah, I'm excited to see.
Split the party. I love this.
I'm excited to see Baisha and CX like get some alone time to chat.
Oh,
Ooh, all right. We'll be back in a few minutes,
brown
guys.
chicken,
Go grab
brown
it.
cow.
Exactly.
get cozy.
Cute and cozy. We'll see you guys in a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Let's continue, shall we?
I have ice cream.
I just ate ice cream.
I'm
No, I
drinking
just
this
have-
just for Scott. It's a nice glass of hearty milk. It says, "Don't hate the player, hate the DM." Tasty.
An apple a day keeps the doctor away.
Trader's ice cream, best ice cream on earth.
An apple a day keeps weight away.
I like apples. Yes, I do. Shut up.
Moving on. So, you guys are, the two of you are picking your way over towards the town. Now, as we said beforehand, you wanted to stop so the town was not too terribly far away, so it'd be a nice, easy trek for you in the morning. So, if you are beelining it towards the town and moving with haste, like legitimate haste, you can get there in 45 minutes or even a little bit less. But if you're picking your way at normal walking pace, about an hour and a half. If you're trying to be very cautious, moving in close to 2-hour trek to get from where you are to the town. So you let me know the pace that you guys want to travel in. And is it you guys or is it just the one?
It's just Bashra and I.
Okay, so you are going as well. I couldn't remember how
As
it was
a
ended.
duo, yeah.
Cool.
I was thinking we walk up at normal pace, and then when we get closer to where we're like, I don't know, what do you think, like 60 feet away from the town, we kind of
Oh,
really take our time.
further away than 60 feet.
Well, no, like the outskirts of town to where we could see it, you know what I mean?
I would say once we have an inclination of where I could possibly hear the town.
Okay.
So we're talking a good significant amount away. Probably closer to like 500 feet. So when I'd slow down.
Okay. So and you want a normal pace or the hasted pace that we discussed beforehand?
Normal pace up until that point.
Okay, cool. So you guys takes you about an hour and a half to get to that that normal pace to get to that area where, again, you can even say 1,000 feet out. That's fine. You know, where you guys are comfortably far away from this place where you can see it. So do me a favor, roll me a survival check, please, sir. Are you, before you roll that, are you any good at survival, CX, or no?
No.
Okay, so just roll me a survival check, sir. Tyler.
Oh, my bad.
You rolled better than I did, CX.
Oh, that's funny. I was like, yeah, who rolled what? You stole his RNGesus. So you guys are picking your way through there, and you could have just finished the rest of the trek on the trail and got into the town itself, because the town is right at the literally right where one of the rivers, the river Serban, splits into two separate streams. So you could actually make your way directly across a bridge, around a trail, and go straight up to town itself. But you realize, we know that the town, you know, based off the lands and the area, whatever, is going to be right around this bend. Why don't we climb up that hill instead? We can get a bit of a vantage point and be able to look down at the town rather than just walking into it. We are here for a scouting mission. So you guys are able to pick your way up there. Now, it's not an easy trek up there if you choose to go this path. You will require either a survival to find like an easy trail to walk up, or an athletics check to climb up it.
I have no problem climbing. This hill is gonna be cake for me. This is nothing.
Okay. Go up there. I'll sit here and I'll watch.
All right. If you want to stay back,
Making
that's
it
your
of a little
prerogative.
bit of a challenge for Bashra as he, like, you know, as he exclaims that, just sits there, crosses his arms, and just watches him.
All right. Well, we split party. So you
Oh, I'm just watching him go up first.
Oh yeah.
That
And
way, if he sees me fall, he can't make fun of me.
And Bashra, you don't even need to roll because you have a climb speed, or I should say you don't reduce your speed while climbing, is technically
Correct.
how it goes. But this is such an easy DC. I know what your athletics check is. You don't even have to roll. You can actually just climb up there, no problems, and get to the vantage point. So you get to the top, you look down. It's not like you're looking down a big cliff. Could be a hard climb for an unskilled climber. You see that he's still standing down there watching up after you.
Are you coming or what?
Is there any other way up, or is this the only way?
I'll go ahead and check for another way.
Roll a perception check, since now you're at the top and you can do that instead of survival.
My survival's higher. Can I do survival instead?
That just means instead of like looking about, you'll walk about to find it.
Oh, okay. So perception anyway.
Whichever one you prefer.
I'm dude survival.
Okay. So you walk about for a little bit, move some walk around a little bit, maybe move a bush out of the way or whatever. Eventually, you decide that a little bit over from where you guys are, more or less go back up the trail you just came from by, it was like less than 100 feet. There actually was a bit of an easier climb, a less steep incline with a couple more handholds and whatnot that he could use to climb up there. Makes the check easy enough that he doesn't even have to roll. He can just climb up it.
Just because Baishra's a dick right now, he's gonna go, I don't see any other way. He pissed me off. He challenged me.
Am I able to do a perception check to see if he's lying, to like see if there's any other way around?
See if he's lying, insight versus his deception. You go right ahead, boys. I think that's funny.
Oh no, can I like walk around like the cliff face to see if there's another way up to see if
No, see if I'm lying.
There'll be a survival check, but first you were asking about the lying. You do insight versus deception. That's fine.
Oh God.
You want me to roll on that?
Yep, roll.
You ever feel like he's
2.
you know that he's being a bit sassy? You don't necessarily know that he's lying. You know that there was a bit of like an attitude behind that. And he's like, "Nope, looks like this is the only way up." There's
Yeah.
sass behind it.
What the fuck? I'll be like, fine. So I start. I'll start climbing up.
Okay, roll me an athletics check.
I'm having nightmare flashbacks.
I was waiting for. I wanted a 1 so bad. I just wanted to.
It was very close.
All right. So you start climbing up the cliffside. I mean, it's not like it's the easiest thing in the world, but it's also not particularly difficult. And
Than a damn waterfall, I'll tell you that. That was fucked.
That's certainly true. That was awful.
He had advantage because of the rope.
I fell 3 times.
Yeah.
I
You
fell
did.
right after you.
Didn't one of you turn to stone as well?
That was Wade.
That was Wade.
I've had a rough campaign.
Tyler nearly died on that one.
I've fallen off a rope 3 times, turned to stone, and died twice.
I didn't nearly die at the Basilisk Cave. I had no issue.
We just gotta keep this going, Wade. We just gotta keep killing you. So, anyways, may the dice let it be. So you so you are making your way up there. It's a relatively easy thing for you to do. Again, as I was saying beforehand, you climb up to the top, and you guys can make your way over to the other side and take a look down at the actual town. You don't need to roll stealth checks because honestly, you have pretty easy cover up here, so you're not too concerned about somebody just happened to be looking in this direction. But roll me perception checks.
Ugh.
Saying roll perception check, take a bite of the apple, probably a bad thing. So
I rolled a 3. Are you kidding me? My rolls suck today.
Get him out of the way now.
There you go.
Before the
Those were
important
pretty
stuff.
bad.
So you guys
Get
look
him
down
out
to
of
the
the way
town,
now, man.
Sorry, we didn't roll a 1 for you, Wade.
and what you see before you is pretty obvious. The town is in disarray. For one, you don't think you see any movement down there on any of the roads, any of the streets. You don't think you see any movement whatsoever. You don't see any corpses either, but you do certainly see a broken weapon lying on the ground here, many arrows sticking to like a wall over there, blood splatter in several different areas, scorch marks, and there's even a building that's on fire. It looks like it's been very slowly burning for a long time because looking at it, the fire is not moving particularly fast, but it is consuming this house. You don't hear any screams or any people in general. You just see the place is in disarray and that there is some degree of destruction that happened here. So maybe not as great as you expected.
Well, Syax, because the minor amount of fire, obviously you've been with me.
I would take great pride in this, but no, it wasn't me. I think Weissler was correct. I think this whole town is demolished. They're
Also,
all gone.
whoever's shooting those arrows sucks. Hitting buildings instead of people or creatures.
Trust me, that fire is amateur work. I could wipe this whole town out with one fireball.
Our heroes, everybody.
Oh,
Man, their guards sucked. I can kill these people easily.
Thanks, Wade. All right. Well,
to be fair though, anybody who plays anybody who plays a video game, you save it and you test the guards, and then okay, not yet.
Whiterun, I
Not that
kill
level
all
yet. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, Tyler.
no, you're good. You're good.
What do you, Basra, what do you think we should do? You want to scope it out a little bit more? Or you think we should head back? There could be stuff we could use down there. There's a couple weapons down there, it looks like, down in the street.
I certainly want to get a better vantage point, but I'm actually kind of curious.
About how far are we from the town?
So you
Obviously,
stop
we
that-
can
that-
see it pretty well. That if we can discern like a sword or a spear on
Yeah,
the
yeah,
ground.
yeah. You're within 500 feet of like the center of the town. Sorry, of the edge of the town. So you
Okay.
can't see the entire thing, all the fine details. But I was describing what you can see.
But we're within like shouting range.
Yeah. Oh yeah, within 500 feet, which is where Bosher wanted to stop.
Yeah, that's when I wanted to start slow approaching.
Mhm.
Obviously we were kind of near the path. Nobody was passing by us, so obviously we didn't see anybody fleeing. We didn't hear any ruckus or anything like that. So whatever happened here seems to have ended poorly for people, or they found an alternative method away.
You think they ran away?
I mean, considering the amount of damage that's to this town, not everybody's a fighter,
True. Or they could have all perished.
which is my concern.
You're a pretty sneaky lizard. How do you feel about investigating a little further? I could stay up here and keep an eye on things. If things go south, I can yell. Or I can throw a fireball up into the sky as a signal.
Given that I am more in tune to climbing and I feel rather comfortable since this area does have a couple of waterways around it, I'm not sure that's the best idea, but I do like that idea.
I'm good in cities, not towns.
Things are not working.
I'll shrug and be like, all right, keep an eye out. Generally, I mean, you can shout at me, but I think
I figure you'll see the fireball.
if there's something immediate, just burn the whole forest.
I can do that, cracks knuckles.
Because I don't want to get stuck there by myself, at least. So I will start actually. How bad is the travel down that's facing the town? Because I think I would take that way down to save the trekking time as opposed to the side path.
For you, a small difficulty. For him, it would be he would have to take a little effort. But honestly, even if you went back the other way, the difference is like 2 or 3 minutes.
Gotcha. I think he'd just go down the face that is towards the town.
Sure, roll me an
Keep
athletics.
an eye out as he goes down.
No problem. Easily make your way down there, and are able to slowly approach the town. Are you going to use stealth while doing so?
Yes.
You roll that, sir. So you are very quiet and moving from bush to bush, tree to tree, finally making your way to the first building. Pressing your back against it, crouching down low, feeling it with your open hands, the other one grasping the spear that you were recently given, and reaching out with your ear, trying to listen further. Creep along the side of the building and start to peer down the first streets that you are near. And this isn't a city by any stretch; it's a town. So there's one main strip that goes along this road, down from this edge of the town to the other edge. The town itself is going to be a lot more in length than it is in width. but nonetheless, there are a couple of different streets because, again, the town is immediately alongside of one river, which is right at the split from another river, right? So, so there are different roads and whatnot because of like fishing and whatnot.
Yeah.
So as you like I said, move along that one edge and kind of like peeking around and listening, roll me another perception check.
Perception or investigation? I guess perception makes sense.
Yep.
God damn it.
So you're listening and looking and whatnot, but honestly, the whole place seems still. You think, at least as of right now, that unless there's some well laid trap, and it kind of gives you that impression because of how still everything is, you think that you might be the only one here.
Since I'm on the side of that building, and I have the inclination that this might be a trap, I'm going to signal to CX to stay put, and I'm going to investigate only a little further. And if I don't, like, I'll just kind of wave my hands and say, give me like 5 minutes, and let him know if I don't come back to go get the rest of the group.
Sure. So where you're standing right now, from where CX is top of the hill and where you are right now, the distance to the two of you is about 400 feet.
Okay.
So, a football field and a quarter, and a third, sorry. So I know a lot about football because my team wins a lot. I'm not sure if you guys know the rules.
Gosh.
So, but so you guys are so you're kind of make your way a little bit further in. You can roll me another stealth check as you're kind of like now.
I'm actually going to climb on
sure.
the roof,
Sure.
and do it that way.
Honestly, you don't even have to make a climb check for this one. You're going to just like pick your way nice and easily up the roof. You're not rushing. You're taking your time. Still do the stealth check for me though, because you're obviously trying to be as discreet as possible. Okay. So you climb on top of the roof, make your way around the other side. You find an easy foothold, a barrel you can start climbing up with, and get up to the jump and slowly climb yourself up, being as quiet as possible. Your claws doing a wonderful job of like grabbing into the quarried stone that they use to build several of these buildings, including the one that you're on. The roof, luckily for you, is actually a slate roof, which is nice. And while there's a bit of a clinking and crunching as you're walking across it, it's not anything that you think anybody would be able to hear, and you're actually able to get a bit more of a vantage point. Do you want to roll another perception from here?
Yep. Do I have an advantage or anything since I have a better vantage point?
Nope, it'll just shift the DC.
Okay.
It only helps if you roll well, though.
Why do I suck with my perception checks?
So you are able to look about into the town and see much further. You can actually see the far side of the town from here, same as you were able to on top of the roof, but now with more detail because you're much closer. So you can see on the ground there are definitely bits of blood splatter. There's definitely some viscera that exists down there. At one point, you actually see a sword on the ground, and you don't pay much mind to it at first until maybe the second or third time your eyes pass through the area, and you realize the sword is actually still attached to a hands and an arm, which is not attached to a body anymore. And so that further paints the picture that you believe of what may have happened here. You still see that building still slowly burning. And I mean, not even the entire building is engulfed. And certainly the amount of time it took for you to pick your way down here slowly, come around, look around, climb up the building and look about. That building should be completely on fire by now. And who knows how long it was burning before you got here. And even now it looks like the flames haven't made any progression, or if it did, very, very, very minor. But other than that, you don't see the whole town seems to be very still. You can see, of course, like the signs on the side of the buildings. There are many different shops that exist here because it is where like literally a river splits into two. There are lots of passers-by that come through here down the river, lots of trading and whatnot. So you can see there's several taverns here. There's several shops that exist here, so on and so forth. But no people. Curious about the actual, because I mentioned passers-by, you look over at the docks and you can see that the docks themselves have no ships in them.
So the ships are gone.
Mm-hmm.
Am I able to stay up here and do another perception check and like basically not take a 20, but take a couple more rolls? And would be like, that's kind of what I want to do and signal Syax to come down since he knows more about fire and I know nothing.
So more or less just saying, hey, can I just like spend like 10 minutes just looking about and then call him down to join me?
Call him down and then do the 10 minutes.
Okay, sure. So more or less, you look back to him and you just like wave. He can see you. You know, even though you're being stealthy, you're intentionally trying to keep it so he knows where you are.
Yeah.
Even if it takes him a minute, it's like, there he is. So you wave to him. He probably waves back, signaling that you know. You give the sign for him to come, and he falls on his face. No, I'm just kidding. Make me an athletics check to get your way down, and I imagine you go the safer route.
Yeah, I was going to take the saber route.
Yeah, yeah, I would hope so.
Athletics check, you said?
Correct. And it's the same exact roll as last time, I believe you did. You climb down just as easily as you climbed up, and eventually make your way around. And honestly, by the time it takes for you to get all the way over here, he's going to be able to do that, take a 20 that he was asking for. But in the interim, were you trying to be stealthy as well, or are you just kind of like...
I'm going to be stealthy as well.
No, not you, him.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we already know you're like a fucking shadow.
Somewhat. A little bit, yeah, a little stealthy.
Sure, roll me your stealthy trick, sir. Hey! I thought it was going to be on that 3. I was like, yeah, a little all right. But no, that's yeah, good for you. So,
I'm not as good as Bashra, but I'm not bad.
You're not me.
No, you actually rolled just as well as his most recent check. So that's good. So you actually easily pick your way over to the edge, and we're not going to have you climbing onto the roof. You're probably going to be at the bottom of the roof, calling up to him or whatever by the time you get over there. But between now and then, so you spend that time, you take that 20 looking about, and your modifier is a 4, correct? So you get a 24 total. So looking about and really kind of taking this in, never leaving the roof because you're trying to stay safe, but yeah, go into the various edges of it, looking about, being curious, really listening with your ears and whatnot. You were able to see, again, even more detail, even more proof that there was definitely something that happened here that took a lot of lives. You can see that once again, while there are no bodies lying about or anything like that, that not only are all the ships gone, you can see that there's actual stuff, canisters and whatnot that should have probably been put onto the ships or have just recently started being removed from the ships whenever this took place transpired, because it's now sitting in the area of the docks where it would be kind of like then transported away or forward, you know what I'm saying? So all that stuff's still sitting there. But no buildings really have very much destruction. Little bits, again, charring, singes, stuff like that. You know, your character is not magically capable and know much about it, but you know when you see the singes of magic, you certainly have experienced it yourself, and you can see that probably is what damaged a lot of this building here. The closest thing to, aside from the arm, to a sign of a body that you see here is kind of like from one of the angles, like leaning and squinting, you believe you actually see, like in ash, 2 bodies imprinted on the side of a building, and you're like, oof. That almost looks like 2 shadows imprinted on the side of the building right there. But once again, by the time he finally gets to you and calls up or whatever to get your attention, that fire, if it's progressed very little, you know, not noticeable from where you are.
Sax. So I've been keeping an eye on this building over here that's on fire, the one that we saw from afar. And it's unusual to me that this building has not been fully engulfed, that it has remained partially scorched and on fire, but not progressing.
You want me to go in there and check it out, or?
I'm curious if you have any experience with this, having had encountered this creature before? ?
Can I take a closer, kind of like listening to what Bashra says, but more focused on the fire? Can I roll for any information on the fire?
Yeah, why don't you actually roll me an Arcana check, sir? Oh, I'm so sorry.
Oh.
I meant to say roll with advantage. I know it's an natty 1, and I want to laugh in your face, but I meant to say roll with advantage. You're literally
Out of the way now.
a demon creature with Phoenix bloodline. Like, you get advantage.
Sorry, I got to get my Wade roll out of the way.
Oh, come on.
No worry.
That's much better.
I'll protect you from Wade them. It's okay.
Thank you.
I'm here to be your Sherpa. So, Wade, lose level. We don't like those faces. I'm just kidding. Jesus Christ, that mug. Can I mute the mug? So, looking at the fire, now looking at it, the way that it licks the sky, the way that it's like burning and whatnot, moving, you can see that like you can feel a breeze come by. There's a distance, granted, between where you are and where that building is. But even as you feel the breeze come to you, and you're guessing probably passed by there 2-3 seconds ago, it didn't seem like it reacted to the breeze at all. You have no doubt in your minds that that fire is of some sort of magical origin. Certainly doesn't seem to be fueled by the wood that it's supposedly burning.
Unnatural
Or
fire.
air blowing through. Yeah, exactly.
Okay. So going back to what Basher was saying, yeah, I've fought this creature a couple times now, but that fire's not normal. What does your fancy lantern say about the area? Maybe hold it up to the fire, see what you see.
Would I have to get closer for that?
Yeah. I think it's a 30-foot range for your lantern. Feel free to click it into chat. It might say right there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a 30-foot radius.
I know a lot of my fire. That is unlike any fire I've seen.
How far away am I currently?
From that particular building, probably about like another 200 feet or 250 feet or so.
Syax, since I've come down here, I've been really concerned with how quiet it's been. It almost feels as if this is a trap.
I also have been getting that feeling.
As much as I'd like to get closer, I'm not sure if I want to risk it without our comrades with us.
That's probably a good idea as well. Perhaps Thonk or even Vicelor have more intel on this kind of fire.
With that said, I would like down below me, you said the sword was down there. I would like to see if you know if these weapons are of anything more than just steel. I'd like to go down there and check them out stealthily.
Sure. So how far do you want to travel from where you are? How far do you find comfortable?
The most forward I think I would go is maybe 25 feet.
Okay. So you're stealthing as well?
Yes.
Is Buddy Old Boy coming with you?
Syax? Yes. Syax, I'd like you to come with me because I have no understanding of magic. But I do know that magic seems to be one of the biggest things that damage the creature we're about to face. So I would like to find magical objects and see if there's anything worthwhile.
Okay.
Are you able to, you know, as the fire demon you are, yes, I'm talking about you being a tiefling. Get over it.
Tiefling.
I'm a lizard, whatever. Anyway, I want to find out if any of these weapons are worthwhile. Are you able to detect that sort of thing? I mean, I know you can burn stuff, but
no. But I wouldn't be able to feel or feel this presence of magic, right? I don't have detect magic or any spells like that.
You do not. I don't believe so on your spell list, no.
Yeah, so no. I won't be able to find any magical items.
all right, well, I'll just check out to see if there's anything better than my stuff, and I'll probably switch it out then. So I'll go alone.
CX is gonna start walking back the way we came in. Back toward the entrance or exit of the town.
Yeah. You're actually where literally the first corner building. So you
we
just
were like right there. So okay.
you just
Well,
fuck off, no problem.
I'll just kind of stay around there then.
Okay. So you stay there, back off a little bit, no problem. You're gonna move up and you're gonna make me your stealth check. So you start moving up at the trap. No. So you start moving up towards like about 25 feet or so, towards like the closest area of like actual viscera that you can find in the area, leaving your tiefling friends behind into safety, because the tiefling probably wouldn't be able to roll as well as you did for your stealth check.
You shush. You
Yeah, no.
shush. I rolled a 2 again.
No. It's okay. It's okay. As long as the tiefling is safe, we're good to
Why
go.
are you so committed to being wrong?
I'm sorry. How many Super Bowl rings? So
That's
It is
you're
you,
right.
0.
How many times
I haven't played in any.
So So you make your way up to the first area of viscera, which coincidentally is the same spot that has like the arm like still attached to the sword ahead of where you are. And like when you get closer, as you're like walking up to it, and when you actually get to the spot where that sits, you actually see like there's a lot more blood stains and whatnot than you had seen beforehand. Yes, you had taken a 20 before, but like the angles and whatnot that you were in, you were able to like really see all the finer details down here because like blood turns brown and it's a dirt ground and whatnot that's over here. So you're able to, oh shit, there's a lot of blood stains down here. There's a lot of viscera, you know, there's that part of an organ over there. And you come up and you see that the arm is still attached to the sword. And the whole while that you're walking here, everything just still seems supernaturally quiet. You don't necessarily have to walk straight up to the sword and grab it. You're welcome to even stop right before it because I know how paranoid you are, and you can roll me another perception check.
Yep. Please be a good one for once.
It's not bad, not bad. Maybe the Tiefling could have rolled better, but they got
Not dead.
okay. And then people seeing, yeah, okay. All right, so when you go over there and you're listening, you honestly, because you've only moved 25 feet or so, you honestly don't hear anything different than you've heard thus far. Silence, the wind blowing by, not even animals in the area, just silence.
I'm gonna investigate the area to see if I can see if these weapons are of any good. Investigation check, right?
Yep. Okay. So you with your investigation check, you're looking at the sword, and honestly, while the sword is probably well crafted, well, you can definitely tell it's a well crafted sword. It's not like well crafted in the sense that I should definitely take this with me. This is high quality stuff that's of great monetary value. This is definitely well crafted, durable, so on and so forth, but nothing like you haven't seen 1,000 times before in many different shops, so on and so forth.
So nothing better than what I have.
No, it is still attached to an arm too, which is like yummy. One of the things that you do note, though, looking at the sword, is that there's nothing on it. There's no blood on it. There's no marks on it that show any recent use or that it struck any blows. The arm belongs to a human, but that's you pretty much expect that from this
That's
area.
like a nice snack for you.
Oh, shut up! I was about to do that. Not having a taste for human flesh, he's just gonna take a small bite to see if he tastes anything funny.
Sure. Okay. So you go over and you grab the arm and you're just like,
Ziax from the other side, just like.
Remember
Can
how
I
we
do
were
a
looking
perception
for,
check for that?
Remember we were looking for a halfling in our other campaign?
yeah, I know. Seriously, maybe we found the PC. Jesus, you're in the wrong night. You should be playing on Thursdays. Just say.
Yeah, you should be the cannibal.
You'd be a halfling cannibal, exactly.
I'm not a cannibal.
Oh,
No, technically neither are halflings.
yeah, no, of course not.
They just eat the flesh of sentient
Other
creatures.
races, yeah.
I'm just tasting it. I never said I ate it.
Wait, did you swallow it then?
I
Did you
just said
spit
I
or did
tasted
you
it.
swallow?
I said I tasted it.
Well, we need to know if Baisha spits or swallows. So.
I need to hear the answer of what it tastes like first.
Does he gargle?
Tastes like human flesh. It doesn't have any.
Which is
doesn't
very
have-
close to pork.
Yes, it's long pork. You were eating long pork. It doesn't have any unusual taste aside from the fact that it's been sitting out for a while. So it's not
I mean,
fresh.
spit it out.
When I say it's not fresh, I mean it
Alright.
tastes like it's been sitting there for the night.
Baisha spits. He's non-committal.
Hey, when it's human flesh, I
Disappointed
spit.
as well. Very disappointed.
I spit. At this point, seeing as everything's been silent and there's nothing been new, Baisha's, I'm going to continue forward a little bit further.
Okay, so roll me another stealth check and tell me how far you feel comfortable going.
Another 25 feet.
Oh, so you're like inching along.
Yep. I like being able to take my time.
Nothing. more stands out. Nothing that really jumps out at you as being any different or anything that I've already described. Just more of the same.
This is what I appreciate about a new player playing a rogue. They are very cautious, and they're just like 25 feet, check. Let's move another little 25 feet, check. In like 3 years,
I've read the memes, man.
in like in 3 years, you'll just be like, I'll go through the town and just trigger whatever traps are there. Fuck it.
That's what I was honestly thinking about doing, is just shooting a fireball, like, just to scare it.
All right, so still, do I need another perception check or anything?
More of the same. You want to keep going?
Yep.
You know the 25?
This time I'm gonna go a 50.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, god dang it. It was on a 12!
No, that was a 2.
Roll me a perception check.
Son of a gun.
So you moved 100 feet from your little safety perch at the edge of town, where you were looking for things, but just not finding enough. Left you curious. So you inched forward and forward some more. You maybe even ate a person. And maybe you stepped too far. As you finally finished with closing this 100-foot gap that you were doing this whole while, you stop and you listen. You look back to find your tiefling friend still comfortably hidden behind. It's cute. He thinks he's hidden well, but he stands out really, really horribly. The colors just completely contrast with the bushes he's hiding behind. That's okay. He's trying. What do you expect from a tiefling mage? So while you're sitting there and you're listening, you hear voices. It's coming down one of the streets.
Bitch, run.
It sounds muffled. It's hard to hear from where you are, but you thought you heard a voice. I don't know. Was it a yell? Maybe laughter? It's hard to tell, but you swore you heard a voice coming from further into the city.
Instinct is climb.
That's too far for me to hear, the laughter and the yells.
Yeah, he's like 100 feet ahead of you.
I'm gonna climb. Am I next to a building that I can climb on top of?
Yep, absolutely. You can climb up. Once again, you can kind of like take your time, or you can loop up there, but with a check.
I'm gonna try and go faster, having heard something, and still try and do it stealthily.
Okay.
So athletics check.
That
And
one was so close.
stealth check.
Mm-hmm. Oh, so again, that one is like
so close.
it's gonna get him. So you quickly, we're talking, you with where you're standing, you just kind of like heard that, not sure. So you literally look up, you just kind of like hop, grab the ledge of the overhanging roof, and just kind of like loop yourself up very, very easily, very nimbly. Just like, I ain't standing here. And you loop yourself up very quickly, very quietly. You don't even hear a scratch or even a single pressure plate of the slate roof. As you climb up on top of it, you take a few steps along the roof and you hug down low as you can, allowing like the browns of your clothing to match with the browns of the roof. You're staying quiet, pacing your breath for a little bit. And what do you do from here?
I'm gonna listen. So another perception check.
Before you make a decision, stop, look, and listen.
Am I able to see
Gosh, darn
Poshra
it.
like jump up onto the roof?
Actually, you know what? Because he is so stealthily, probably not. What's your perception bonus?
Mine?
Yeah.
I have 1.
Yeah, you wouldn't even be able to see that.
Okay.
Even with natty 20, nowhere near enough because it's more than 22 to see it for your distance. So, so you hop up there and you listen. You hear nothing. Maybe it was the wind. I don't know.
I'm gonna throw, since I've made those little darts out of the pike, I'm gonna throw those to try and make noise out ahead of me
Sure.
to see if I can draw anything out.
So you know what a shuriken is? It's like a ninja throwing weapon, like the small little
Yeah,
Throwing stars.
Not the stars, but like the straight ones. Looks like small daggers.
they're
So
like darts.
Yeah. So you take them and you throw them ahead to kind of like into a wooden wall. You go ting 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 off of a stone wall, maybe off of a slate roof, just to make a little bit of noise. And not close to you either. Like 15 feet that way, 20 feet that way, 15 feet that in another direction. Just to kind of like spread out the noise and see what happens. You stay low, you stay quiet. Immediately dropping down after doing that. Probably dropping down after each throw, and you wait. You listen. Roll me a perception check.
Gosh darn it! Why can't I roll crap?
You hear nothing, sir. Nothing.
Oh, you can
Nothing.
roll crap. We've seen that.
Is there another roof I can just jump to?
Yeah. Absolutely, because it's town. So sure.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump further to whatever the next roof is, stealthily as best I can. So there's the stealth.
Why can you roll so well on stealth?
Oh, I have a ridiculous stealth check.
I know, but you rolled a 17. Your perceptions, you roll 8 or lower.
I know.
You easily hop over from one roof to the next, and once again, you were like in the zone right now. Your foot falls the way that you kind of like drop down to a knee to like absorb your weight and place your hand down, just kind of catch the last little bit of your fall, distributing your weight. Not a sound. You creep along the side, the top of that roof, listening even more. Nothing more. Do you want to continue going, and if so, how far?
Before he has a chance to, CX gonna come around the corner and be like, Bashra! Where are you? How long has this been that he's been jumping from roof to roof? It's been like 20 minutes, right?
Yeah, like 20, 30 minutes, yeah.
So he's been gone this long, so I'm just gonna straight up yell. I'm gonna say I think everything's fine. I'm at the end of town, right? I'm still like at the entrance or exit of the town, so I'm just gonna turn around and just
Oh my god, best scout.
And on that, why don't we take a break? I think it's a really good cliffhanger to take the next break on, and we'll see what happens. And it's possible we'll get new characters after this. Who knows? Thanks for watching. We'll be back in a couple minutes. Don't go anywhere.
It was epic.
Oh my god.
And we're back. Hello.
And there's an
everybody.
explosion.
Yep.
Well, Beishra is just laying low.
No,
He is-
the building you're on explodes.
Wait, my building?
Yeah, it explodes.
No.
Yeah, it's just
Is this after I
the
yell?
building you're on explodes. Like, Beishra! No,
I'd
I'm
send you another character sheet to start filling out.
I'm just kidding. So he calls out, Beishra!
Beishra!
I just freeze. I'm stealth. I'm hidden. I'm staying still.
You get no response.
Can I roll for strength to make it even louder?
I think
Okay.
it's a con. I think it's a con. Or a charisma, yeah.
A constitution.
Or a charisma, yeah.
Would that be a saving or no? Charisma.
Oh, check, not save, yeah.
I technically did the perception check when we were on break, so I haven't done a perception check since I jumped to the other
No, you're
side.
fine. You're fine. Don't worry, I'll get you.
It is in fact a
The whole column on the left-hand side of all of your stats, you can choose con or charisma and click it. You chose con? So you just like scream out as loud as you can. Oh, you hear it. It's nice and keen. Roll me a perception check.
Me?
Yeah, you, the guy I'm talking to.
Oh, okay. You didn't say my name, so.
Ah,
Finally!
good point. I didn't say your name.
still say
So you actually hear like a small like very small, very subtle reaction. But then ever so slightly you hear creaking like a door is opening up. And that sorry, not creaking like a door opened up. Like it's only for a moment, right? Like that the height of the squeak when it's the loudest because it's how still everything is here. But then you hear the door shut. Click, shut. Now, they probably should have tried to shut it as quietly as possible, but there was a bit of a jump to shutting of the door.
Thud kind of a thing.
Yeah,
Seems
you
like
definitely heard somebody moving out. Now you can hear it. It's in the direction a little bit further from where you are, over in the direction of where you saw the building on fire.
Not have heard anything from Basra. I'm gonna slowly move into town very quietly and stealthily. Like I'm at the edge of town. You said like that first house. I'm gonna move like one house or two houses in.
Roll me a stealth check, but go right ahead. Jude Beishra.
Before
me?
Basra or
You roll your stealth check, Beishra. What are you gonna do?
How far am I from the actual where I heard the noise?
You're still over 100 feet from that area. You know what I mean? The only reason why you can even hear anything is because how quiet it is here.
Yeah. I still like having the higher vantage point. For some reason, that just makes me feel safe. But I do want to approach further.
Okay, roll me your stealth check. Oh, and your acrobatics.
You mean athletics?
That one, please.
oh, so close.
So, Jummy, everybody's rooting against you, Tyler.
I know everybody is.
Shaq, can you send Tyler love? Because we ain't got none for him. So, you are actually having a pretty easy time taking some like step, hop, tumble, step, hop, tumble to get between the buildings. Unfortunately, maybe it's because the moment's heightened, or maybe you were never actually as quiet as you thought you were. Maybe it's just because nobody was around to hear anything. You just assumed you were quiet. But you're definitely making some more ruckus now. At least you're more aware of the ruckus that you're making now as you're approaching closer and closer. Closing the gap of, say, like 50 feet between you and there. Get much closer. You stop again, and you can make your perception check.
Or that's persuasion. Why can't I find
You
it?
know that
I've
he
been
rolled-
clicking it so much.
And Pat rolled the 7, right?
God dang it, mother!
You'll never
That's
see
like
it.
forever away, though.
Tyler, the amount of times you scream when your mic peaks just like destroys.
I literally turned away from my mic in hopes that that wouldn't have happened, but
Even Darkwing like cringed back there.
there's Darkwing.
Yeah,
He's like, shut the fuck up.
as you creep through the shadows and Master of the Night, you are looking and trying to hear, or like what it is that's there, trying to catch a glimpse of who it was that came out. Unfortunately, maybe it's the angling of the buildings. Whatever it is, you have not positioned yourself in such a way that you can actually see who that is or what they're doing.
What brings you here? No.
It's me, Deckard Cain.
That was the worst Deckard Cain I've ever heard in my entire life.
As a matter of fact, you're kicked off of Lost Initiative for that.
No.
And we're withholding your pay.
Well, that
Exactly. Now how are you
Frank,
going to pay rent?
listen.
How are you going to pay rent now?
I don't know. All right, I'm gonna move closer, stealthily, from roof to roof.
Okay, so you stealth check and athletics check again.
You got quite a treasure there in that Herodric cube.
Quietly.
Nice.
Mother trucker!
That was bad.
Am I able to
Silently
see
fail.
that? Am I able to see him like flopping from rooftop? To
You're so far, and he's so far away. There's so many buildings between you. You can't see
His
him.
stealth was
hopping.
great.
Yeah. So the funny part is because your athletics is a fail, your stealth check is kind of taking a huge penalty. So you are running, hopping, and then when you try to make this last jump, you unfortunately maybe you didn't get enough momentum behind the jump, or maybe you miscalculated the gap between you and the building in front of you because you jump and you're like, ah! And you honestly, you thought maybe you could at least grab the ledge with your fingers. You can't even do that, and you end up against the wall on the other side, and end up tumbling to the ground down below. I unfortunately do have to hit you with another one of these.
Oh no, fall damage.
Base. Watch out for that wall.
Well, 3 more hits.
Sorry. So, remember when he was an actor that did
All
movies?
this damage from random objects in water.
Gosh darn it! I knew it was eventually gonna fail me.
So, so you unfortunately made a loud ruckus as you hit that wall. It hit some like barrels and whatnot that were nearby on the way down, and just made this huge ruckus. So now you're flat on your ass. You can roll me. You can click your token and roll me an initiative check, sir.
Oh shit!
Okay. You didn't click your token, but I got you. I got you, boyo. Ugh.
I bet. Based on that sound, I didn't think it was the big guy, but I hope it's not the big guy.
So you actually pop up to you act quickly. You're able to pop up to your feet quickly before anything else. So you're able to, as your turn, you can pop up to your feet. Do you do anything as soon as you like jump up from having smacked the wall?
My instinct is to get back to high ground.
So you just immediately want to loop back up. Okay.
Yep.
Go ahead. Okay. So you grab the ledge above your head, kind of like you try to jump up and grab it. You aren't able to do it as easily as you had done a while ago when you kind of did a super crazy loop up. So you just look down at one of the barrels that you had just fallen into. You step on it, jump up, grab the ledge, and hoist yourself over the ledge. Literally, right as you hoist yourself over the ledge, get your leg up just in time. So obviously, you were making noise as you were doing that. That somebody comes rushing around the corner and is looking to see like the rolling barrel and like literally looking at the. I'm going to describe them in a second, but literally looking at like the mess that's down below. And so as they see all that there, and all of a sudden they look up and they see you up above, but they've already started incanting a spell as they see like clearly where it was that something had fallen into and whatnot. They'd already started incanting a spell. What you actually see before you is another human. It's a human male. He's standing at about maybe 5'7", 5'8". He's wearing robes that are look like at one point in time they were white, but now they're just completely splotched with red and brown and other various dark colors on it and whatnot. Emblazoned on the chest of his robe is actually, it looks like a crest with like a sun, maybe like being raised over a field or something like that. It's a symbol. You can roll a religion check to see if you know what it is, but it's a strange symbol that
I'm gonna roll it, but my religion sucks.
Yeah, most people's religions suck. Sorry, I'm an atheist. Sorry. So there you go.
Hey, it's not a natty one.
That's true. That's true. You just got one. You have no idea what it is. No fucking clue what it is. But they look up and see. They look up and see you standing there, having made this mess and whatnot. They were already incanting a spell, and here you are. You know, roll me a dexterity save.
Great. Well, at least that's my higher save.
Not bad.
What'd you roll? I'm sorry.
17.
17. Gotcha. And you do not have evasion, I believe.
I
at
mean,
your
I
level.
have uncanny dodge.
Here we go. So you have uncanny dodge, which is not, which doesn't help you with this. That's for, like traps and stuff like that as well.
Gotcha.
So all of a sudden you see like the sky above you opens up, and it's just that's like literally like you see the sky above you opens up, and it gets really fucking bright, and then just starts raining hell down on you. Now you have no resistances or anything like that, do you?
Not that I'm aware of. I just have my natural armor.
Am I able to see that from where I'm standing? How?
Yeah, you do. Don't worry, I'll get you one in a second. So you see like the sky above you opens up, and all of a sudden just the entire area all around where you are, the building, everything that you're on, just gets completely engulfed in fire, like just 100% completely engulfed in fire. You try to dodge and weave and get out of the way as best as you can, running and even just like diving out to another building where the area is still engulfed in this fire. But unfortunately, you're still not able to get completely out of the way of the damage. So well, that's not so bad. It's not so bad. You actually made your save. So you got half of that. So that is 15 damage you take. So as all of a sudden you feel, not only is it fire burning your scales and like licking you with the just the heat, you also feel something else like harming you as well. Something beyond fire that is harming you.
Giant.
That sounds about right.
Wait, who are you? Don't hurt me.
Right.
No. Bashar's instinct is to run.
Okay. So you turn and you just so it's your turn next, and so you're full on like triple move, like move action to get away, bonus action to move to get away, standard action to move to get away, like triple move away.
I mean, what is the distance between me and him? Because obviously I had to move to dodge, and I wouldn't have moved towards him.
10 feet away. You would have just moved out of the way. Well, technically speaking, your character doesn't move the square they're in. I just do that for, thematics. Since we don't have a
And
map.
so the most I could move is 120 feet, or no, 90 feet.
About
90
how
feet.
far is he from me?
So he went in just shy of 200 feet, and you've moved up, let's say 25 feet. You know what I mean, in total. So you're 175 apart. He can close the gap of 90.
And all I see is this loud crash and a
No,
bunch of
you
lights.
you literally see the sky
I-
open up from a point in space shortly above his
See,
head.
I didn't know
Seems like
how
it's way up.
far. When you said above him, I didn't know how like right above him or like.
For him, it was all fucking encompassing, right? From where he was standing. But it was actually only about 40 feet or so above his head. It was a cylinder of fire that dropped
anybody
upon
in
him.
town can possibly see what's going on.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
But could you actually roll me an Arcana check to see if you know what that is?
Am I doing this with advantage or just normal?
No, with advantage because it's fire.
Had to make sure.
That's not a mechanical thing. I just like doing it because you're double dip. Oh! I like doing it because you're double dipped into the fire bit. You know what I mean? So it's actually
It's like
flame.
the opposite of Tyler's religion check.
Shut up. Shut up.
I know fire.
It was flame strike. So you know that not only is it fire that rained down on him, it's fire and radiant damage. So it's a 10-foot radius wide. That's 40 feet high. It's a cylinder. It's gonna drops down fire on him.
With
So.
radiant, you said?
Radiant and fire damage. Yep.
Okay.
So you would only be resistant to half of it.
Half of that, right?
Yeah. Which is funny because if you made your deck save, I would the fire damage is halved, and the radiant damage is halved. You know.
So if it was 30 damage that I took, you would have to half that twice.
I would take another quarter off. Yeah.
Okay.
So.
It's a dry heat.
Ah!
Yeah, I'm triple moving, running back in the direction that I came from,
It's
and
humid
trying to
outside.
put all kinds of different lines of sights and stuff in between me and wherever this person is.
I love the imagery of Pat being like, "Wow, that's a really cool spell. I really like that."
That's
You're
a
like
cool-
on
I
fire.
know
Like,
that spell.
"Ah!"
I'm not able to make a move yet, right?
No, I never rolled you into an initiative. Technically, why don't we roll you into initiative now, and then we're gonna, unless you go before him, I'll let Basher go because he's the highest.
That's fine.
He jumped
My
into a
initial
wall and just got
reaction-
lit on
Click
fire.
click your mini, and then click your mini so it's highlighted, and then on your character sheet, boop the initiative button.
Tyler, you splatted into a wall and then got lit on fire.
I know.
Button?
Basher!
What's the initiative button? I'm sorry.
Top center of your character sheet.
Oh, my bad. There.
Oh my
There you go,
god.
man.
Nice.
No, Mike, we apply my homebrew rule when it comes to initiative in this campaign, or no?
What is
I
your?
think we do. Yes, we do because somebody got the extra action in a previous.
Yep, I did.
So when you roll a natural 20, the first round you have an extra action. When you roll 91, the first round you don't have an action. You still have your move and your bonus though, so you still
Wait.
move up.
That's all I wanted to do was move up. I'm still. I wouldn't be able to get there in one turn anyway, right? Because I'm figuring he's about 180 feet away. If I've moved about 25, 175 maybe. Right?
He was only
Yeah.
125 feet away to begin with, wasn't he?
No, he was within 200 feet away from me.
He was about 185 feet away, and
and I
so
moved up 25.
Oh, okay.
no, because you were beyond the edge, so you moved up. So now he's 185 feet away.
I was like outside of town, and I
But
moved.
it's Basher right now first. So Basher, you can do
That's
what you want to do.
I can technically use hide as a non-action.
But you have to break line of sight or have something to hide behind first. Right now, he's like, I see you.
I mean, I was above him.
I set the building you're standing on fire.
Yeah.
I see you.
I
He's
mean,
like, I'm not here.
I can't see the map, so I don't know whether I can get to a spot by sprinting.
Listen, you have a whole bunch of buildings around that you've been jumping from building to building to building. You could easily just like go behind like the building that you're standing on, go to the other side of it, drop, and then go find the spot to hide. That can happen, but you can't while you're standing there. Just
Yeah. So I would do max movement, whether that can get me to the other side of another building, preferably back towards where Syx is. But if that's not possible without being seen again, would definitely find a place to hide.
okay. So you can try to. So you'd spend your move going that you can actually double move going the direction towards Syx.
Yep.
And then hide, and that's not an
Yep.
issue. So you close the gap by 60 feet. So you're instead of 185, you're about 125 away from him. Okay.
Yep.
So you do that, and you make your hide check, make your stealth check for me, sir.
All right.
Nice.
Always roll well on the stealth.
Okay. So it's gonna be a little hard for him to find you. So that is your turn.
Yep.
And so after that, you hear somebody call out after you in the common tongue. Who are you? You do not seem to be the beast that we had fought beforehand. Please name yourself, lest I rain more hellfire upon you, or more holy fire upon you.
I'm assuming I can hear this too, or no?
Yeah, he calls out because you're only like again 180.
I'm just a couple hundred feet away from. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm in survival instinct mood. I got hit by magic again. I know it was a human, but I mean, my instincts are, I don't know magic. So I don't know whether this creature could transform into this. I don't know what's going on there. So I'm staying hidden. I'm not saying a word.
Okay. So he starts moving forward. You know what I mean? He closes the gap only about 30 feet or so. But this is actually where he moves out into the main road. And so now you can actually directly see this person. They're CX, or he couldn't before. So he moves up about 30 feet. So again, 125 and 145 for this guy. 55 for this guy. And he sees you down at the end of the road too. And he kind of has his hands down, mostly calm, by his like lap, like almost as he rests his hands in his lap. You can tell it's like a practice thing, like he's intentionally keeping his hands there. You can also tell from actually roll me a sense motive check there, Pat, but roll me with disadvantage because the gap of
Roll a survival.
insight, but with disadvantage.
Because you have to mind the gap.
So
Ooh,
even though
good
it's
roll.
far away,
that?
even though it's far away, you can actually see from there that he's keeping his hands down by his lap, like that. Even though he's standing up, he's keeping his hands down on his thighs. It's very practiced. You can tell that he's clearly nervous and he's trying very hard to stay calm. And so when he comes into view, you see him. You get this assessment of him. He calls out to you saying, "You're not the one that I had just encountered. Who are you? Who are the both of you? Are you together? Are you friendly or foe?"
My name is Ciax. We are here hunting a creature. Does this creature float? Did it absorb your people?
Then it seems that perhaps we are on the same side. This creature that you speak of, at least the reports of when it first arrived, it was described as you describe it now, though it's changed after its. Please, let us not shout to each other any longer. The other one, the scaled one, are they a companion of yours?
He is friend.
Let him.
He is a friend. I like it.
I grew up inner city, and so I just remember like listening to my neighbors or my own mom when I'm down the street. Scott! Scott, come!
Dinner's ready.
You forgot to clean underwear.
Who wears clean underwear? Turn them inside out, dude.
Backwards.
Bastra's gonna come out, but he's not gonna reveal himself until he has height advantage. So I need an athletics check, don't I?
Sure, yeah.
Nice.
No!
Nice.
No, you just like impressively, like you almost like one of those things where you like step out and it's like you jump out and like your legs kind of come out into view as you jump up and grab like the ledge there.
Sparkles
And
come out.
and you pull yourself up onto the thing. It's actually very, very impressive looking for either of them that are watching. Maybe less so for CX because he's seen you do it a bunch of times before, which should be impressive, but strangely he's not. And
just like,
Run into
oh,
a
there
wall
he
and get
is.
lit on fire, they would have been very amazed.
yeah, but he is sees you come out, and as he sees you come out and you do this like quick stunning actions, you can see his hands very quickly come up like he's getting ready to start chanting. But when you stand up on the ledge, maybe you yourself also prepared for combat but not directly attacking, he slowly lowers his hands and places them onto his thighs again.
Why did you attack me?
On the contrary, I was defending.
Defending what? There's nothing here.
I apologize to interject. Sir, what is your name?
My name is it's Sir Leard.
I assume I've walked closer in this.
And he's also closing the gap.
But
but
we're not like shouting. We're calmly just talking now.
correct, and he's moved slower than you have, so your approach is much
I'm
more
kind
generous.
of just
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know how far away from him do you want to stop? Do you want to get so close as that you eventually shake
I
hands?
wanted to stop about like 35 feet.
Sure. He says, Sir Leard, I am still the head priest of this town.
Are there any other survivors?
There are, yes.
Bashra, come down here.
I don't trust him. He hurt me.
Get down here, you baby.
I wouldn't mind mending your wounds. I did put them upon you under false pretenses, and I do apologize for that. It's not my it's not my intention to harm. I am so discombobulated at the moment. I do apologize. It is not my intention to harm those that are simply here to aid. And please understand that even what I was able to do, I've never been able to speak to my Lord in the way that I have today. He's come to me, almost like he's asking me to protect these people. Unfortunately, I failed, but...
Am I able to run a religion check on his necklace, as I wasn't able to see it prior, and now I can. I don't know if that matters or not. My religion sucks ass, so I mean, I figured I'd try.
Do I make the same joke?
I can heal your wounds,
No,
but
no, you
I
don't.
did not put that drywall upon your nose.
I just want to know what god he's talking about.
Yep, and it's a greater god, so it's pretty easy to know. It's actually Lathander, so he's actually the sun god. So quick little rundown of him. Nicknames are the Morning Lord, or Commander of Creativity, Inspiration's Dawn, the Rose and Gold god. He is a goodly god of light and dawn and the community and stuff like that. So he's actually like a good person to come across.
Unlike Thonk's god, correct?
Depends on who you are.
Okay.
You can always ask him, what do you think of the Orcish god Grimish? I'm sure he'd love him.
All right. While you're doing that check, Beishra would reluctantly come down, but want to show off again because he just got his ass kicked by some fire. So he's gonna try and
for that wall.
He's gonna try and be cool.
Please just let him fall on his
You
face.
like you roll a nat 20 followed by a natty 1 to show off your sweet athletic skills.
It's the algorithm for you.
That was amazing.
You're welcome.
Can we just end the night on that? Do I hit him with another D6? Like, do I do it?
He's about to be
Do it.
healed. Might as well.
Do it.
It'll teach him to be like, Scott, I just come off the roof. And then not roll.
No, of course.
How you feeling there, Tyler?
I have 12 health. I'm good. I've been lower.
He's like limping at this point. Describe what happens.
So what's the landing look like there?
Can I describe what happens?
Do you know what?
All right. So, trying to be show-offy like he is because he just got his ass handed to him by some fire from the sky. Beishra decides to swing out and try and do some flips and misjudges his footing. And instead of jumping off, he slips, hitting the back of his head against the rooftop, sliding down the front face of it before landing smack down on his belly before scrambling to his feet and trying to act like it was intentional.
Like it was intentional.
Deception check?
Yeah.
Natty 1. Natty 1. Natty.
Wow. My God. I can't. How?
Jesus Christ. You are useless anywhere else. Like, unless you're like trying to like save face, you will roll perfect. If it's like I'm gonna be sneaky, jump over to this building, fall, and
Where'd Wade go?
I'm here. How do you roll a natty 20 and natty 1, natty 20 back to back to back? To the point where you take damage and then you play it off like, yeah, I meant to look like that.
and he totally buys it. It's like, wow.
Oh God, I can't breathe.
I hope this guy has like a plus 30 insight and reads through this. Please, God.
Somebody, if you could clip that whole thing. I know it's a long clip. Oh, for Christ's sakes.
It's like 5
Somebody
minutes.
just post this episode on their Twitch, please.
Yeah. Jesus. Okay.
So, Beishra pops to his feet, plays it off like, you know, he was trying to do something, like he unhurt, unharmed, just kind of like, you know, shit happened, but it's nothing.
And again, they are genuinely surprised, like as they say, genuinely impressed by the display that you put before them. Like this is, you are, I'm sorry, very acrobatic, very athletic. They're it's very impressive, the display that you're putting on before him. You can see it in his face, in this cleric's face, or this priest's face that's before you, don't know if the cleric or paladin or whatever. And this priest's face is there before you, and he actually will go to you first. and say, please, I can see that while I harmed you, I'm glad to see that you're more than capable of taking care of yourself. I'm sorry to have harmed you the way that I have. You may not need it, but I would like to offer recompense in the form of healing. May I provide that for you?
Yeah, I would appreciate that. I was injured a bit before, and you're
A little bit off of the
frankly
roof,
hurt.
but
He says, facing the wrong direction from the 2 concussions he sustained.
Nope. I will gladly accept that, and
So you heal 26, which is I think more than you've suffered thus far.
no,
What do you
I've
use?
lost 1 health point at this point. I'm 1 below my max health.
Okay, so you're still doing pretty good. Okay, awesome.
So as this healing's going on, can
so-
I ask him stuff, or is that
You
right
can, but
before-
actually insight him while he's doing it.
Okay. That's just normal insight.
Correct. You can actually see that as he's going through the prayer, which is very routine for him, and then he finally releases the spell onto Petra. You can see that he's channeling the energy, and it's very practiced. He's very familiar. But then at the end, as the spell comes out and the amount of power that's behind it, he genuinely seems surprised by it. Now you can, however, you were going to.
So Iliad, is that his name?
Right.
You say this creature's changed. How has it changed, and where has it gone to?
Well, I would love to give you further detail, but please, can we go to where it's a bit safer? And then I'll give you all the details that you would like.
CX turns to Baestra as he's being healed, or after being healed. We still have Viceler and Thunk out in the forest. What do you think we should do?
Are you whispering this, or are you making it this guy full well aware that we have more people?
Full aware.
Yeah, you got a low wisdom.
I'd rather him know full out that we have 2 other people to our tribe of goodies.
You can
Goody
see
goodies.
that,
10 minutes ago, I could burn this whole town down to the snap of my finger.
I mean, I could.
you can tell by Baestra's expression that he's not very happy that you revealed that information, but trying to hide it from the companion that we just met, he has turned away a bit, and says, "You're right, but we should see how these people are doing and see if there's what we can do. At worst, we get more information about what we're looking for,
Agreed.
and perhaps get a strong companion that just burned my ass, which you might like, because then you got another fireman with you."
So CX turns back to Iliad and says, "Sure."
So you proceed to the condom factory, the safest place in town.
He says,
Maximum protection.
he says, thank you. I don't know how well these incantations or these prayers work when I'm not about to kind of maintain them. Follow me this way, and like I said, we'll speak further as soon as we're in safety. And he turns around and he leads you guys. It's a short walk from where you are now, but he leads you over to the building that's on fire. And you can actually see that he brings you to the building that's on fire, and he reaches over and he grabs the door. Again, the whole front wall seems to be on fire itself. And he opens the door, and inside you can see that there are about 4 dozen people in this place. It's kind of packed, but not like so much so that you have to like rub or bump through people, or whatever. It's just, you definitely have to step around there. Oh, excuse me for a second, as you're making your way through. Like
Can I
kind
make
of
a
like a crowded bar.
Can I make a perception check to see what kind of building we're in, like a church or?
Yeah, absolutely. You don't need to make a perception check. Just looking at it, the building itself is just a normal building.
Just a
It looks
normal, like storage. kind of-
yeah. It looks like it probably would have been like a decent sized home, like somebody's actual house.
Okay.
But it's 2 floors. And so when he leads you guys in, you guys kind of like look in, you take in the sights, they look at you. Of course, there's whispers amongst them. It's silence at first. But then in the back, and it kind of makes its way forward. There's whispers amongst them, kind of talking about you. And Mike, you see that in chat?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. And so we are, you guys are making your way in. He shuts the door behind you and says, "Excuse me, everybody, please. I'm sure you all have questions and concerns. Just, I will explain shortly. The two of you, if you could follow me. And you
Real quick, if I can cut you off, Scott. Bayshore would have lagged behind a bit just to see if he could see anything on the ground or anything around him that could be of use.
nothing that jumps out any more than what we've already discussed, including if you find any weapons or anything like that. They're sure they're well made, but nothing that jumps out at you.
Okay, then happily followed. Continue.
My jaw literally hurts from that laughter.
I'm sorry.
It's like literally my jaw hurts. So funny.
Bayshore's good for that.
Ugh. So he leads you guys through the room into like a back door that has a stairs going up to the second floor. Up in the second floor, you can actually see that this area seems to be acting as like the open landing up there, and doors are open to the rooms, is acting almost like a makeshift hospital. And there are a few people tending to about another dozen or half or so wounded that are down there. These wounded people are wounded in different kinds of wounds. Singe marks that clearly look as though they've done with magical like spells would have harmed them. Others, they just seem to be delirious, like sitting there and rocking back and forth and mumbling to themselves. One of them occasionally looking over his shoulder like he's yelling at somebody.
Weisler was here.
The group of them are just all sorts of disarray. Some physically harmed, some just mentally harmed. But he leads you through them as well. Stops to speak to one of the other gentlemen that's there. Because, like I said, a few working on them. One of the other gentlemen that's there has a couple of hushed, quiet words amongst them. If you guys listen in, it's not like it's so quiet you can't hear, just about the patients. And then he leads you to another back room. This looks like it probably would have been the master bedroom, but the bed has been moved to the side and doesn't look like it's being used as a bed at all because there's a ton of books and whatnot that are set out on there. And there's been like almost like a makeshift desk put in here. I mean, I use the word desk loosely. And he goes in there, and once you guys all get into the room, he shuts the door behind you, and he turns to you and says, well, at least we have the lights of Lathander shining brightly upon our shoulders. I'm glad that you were able to safely get through to the town and get through to us. I know you have questions, and of course I have mine. As promised, I will answer yours first. Please, from the beginning, because I don't recall what it was that you were asking.
Well, Bayshore happily steps forward and speaks up, pulling his hood back and finally letting his full face show. He says, well, Syax and I here, we were tracking the creature which we had countered on the bridge previously. The creature that I believe is the one that ravaged your town, since Syax had described it to you and you acknowledged its existence, is of another world, something that is very shocking and frankly, until recently, I was taken aback, much like the people I see within this makeshift hospital you have here, by its abilities, by its power, by everything that it is in existence. And we're trying to find a way with our other two companions who we left behind to deal with something related to the creature itself that may be of assistance if they can figure out a way, figure out and find out what exactly makes this creature tick. But we came to find out if that creature was still here or where it had gone in order to make our arrangements and make our plans as we continue further on our quest to get rid of this creature. Or being of sort.
Well, I'm more than willing to aid you in any way possible. If you ask what it is that you'd like, and I'll ask my questions, we could definitely share information between one another, and perhaps we can share more if that's what brings about the end of this beast, because I've never seen such a thing before, and these circumstances have been unique and different for me. So I'm just trying to figure my way through it. What is it that you would like to know of me? What do you think would aid you in your hunt and destruction of this thing?
Well, I know that no matter what I used, it seemed to absorb any of my material items, whether it was an arrow, and when I bit it, it tastes absolutely dreadful. Yes, don't ask. It's a thing. And I even tried to hit it with a pike that I found but it seems to be more persistent and more affected by magical items. Something that I know little of, but my comrades are rather well informed, particularly the ones that we left behind. So magical weapons of sorts could be of use, but also people of your abilities could be of help as well in the battle.
Your magical abilities were very impressive. Where did you learn?
That's part of this whole circumstance and how it's so strange to me. You see, I've, as I said, been the head priest of this town for some time, and I've practiced for many, many years under the tutelage of various other temples and whatnot that I've traveled through to enhance my ability, my connection with the Lord. And well, I've been able to conjure magics before to ask him for his aid, and he's done it. Mended broken, legs and closed wounds and put minds at ease. Things like this, simple prayers even. I've mastered that some time ago and have been using it more or less daily in my routine as the head priest of this town. Of course, blessings to those that pass by, and occasionally adventurers would make donations, and I would do what I could for them, again, mending them and the like. But since around when this creature arrived, as a matter of fact, during the assaults that it was holding against the town, I've suddenly realized that the connection to my God and I are just far greater than it was before. I don't know if it's a direct relation to what this creature is, or if it's just a blessing. These people need a protection, and I've been given the means to protect them, including putting a holy fire around this very building in which we stand, a fire that protected the people from, well, its continued onslaught. It chose to stop pursuing. Maybe it was full. Maybe it was the fire. I honestly, with the chaos going on, I wasn't able to truly stop and analyze. It was more about getting as many people into safety as possible and less about spying on the creature and its motives. Either way, we set up the makeshift hotel, and I've been continuing to use the magics that have been bestowed upon me to aid the people. Since we all came into the building, only one passed, and it's unfortunate because they were young, but I've been able to save the rest. As far as we can tell, because we did have a scout that went out and they returned, there are no bodies anywhere in the city, which means the other reports of what I've heard must be true. The creature seemed to go out and collect people, seeming to... I feel as though the word consume is wrong, because that would lead you to believe that they devoured them, to eat them.
Interrupting, Beishra has a weird smirk on his face and says, "Yeah, we lost a friend a similar way. He was absorbed."
Yeah. Oh, absorbed. That's probably a better description from what I've been told. But as he absorbed more, it seemed to become more whole. Early reports said that it floated, no legs. When I saw it, there were legs, though its chest still... Anyways.
At the Syax hearing that, he slowly kind of starts to turn a little pale, starts backing towards the door, wanting to go and run and tell Thonk and Viceler what he heard. As that is kind time. But he's still sticking around.
He says, as he sees you back off that way, being empathetic, he says, "Are you ill? Do you need perhaps me to pray to my Lord to ease your illness? Or perhaps just a drink?" And he gestures over towards a shelf that has clearly a couple of bottles that somebody must have brought in here. He says, we generally use these to clean out wounds, but if it's what you need to get through this conversation.
No, please save them for those that need them. I apologize for having to leave Bashra. I'll be back. I need to go get Thonk. I need to go get Vice Lord now. And I walk out. Making apologies for having to leave on an abrupt note.
He nods, and as you go to leave, he turns to Bashra like to continue the conversation. Then you see like a look on his face, like oh, I got to do something. And he rushes over to the door himself and pulls it open. He's like, hold on. And he calls over across the room to one of the people that are bandaging up. It's a woman this time. And he's like, Kimble, could you please go with him and make sure that he's able to leave no problem? I'm sure people will have questions seeing him come out alone after the three of us walked up here. So make sure everybody knows that I'm fine, everything's safe, and that he's welcome to leave. And in fact, he's going to be retrieving a few companions. 2 others, he says to you, Pat?
Yes, 2.
The 3 of them will return at some point in time. So if we haven't returned from our conversation, then make sure that they are let in. She nods and says, of course. And, almost like bows to him. It's this like awkward thing where like you can clearly tell it's not practiced. This isn't like a normal. And then she leads you downstairs. As she leads you downstairs, before I get back to you, Bashra, it's quiet at first. And she like leads you all the way down and out. Again, like when you first enter the room, she's like, it's quiet. And as you're almost like leaving the room, people start to like murmur in the back of it. The murmurs coming forward. So she opens up the door for you to leave. And as you're like going to take your leave, she'll actually say to you, excuse me, but who are you?
Someone who's going to put an end to the monster.
She was like somewhat defensive, definitely inquisitive, like the look on her face before. It drops, her eyes immediately well up, and you can just see like she's almost looking at you like you must be some sort of messiah or something like that. She looks like she wants
God.
She looks at you like she wants to say something, but she clearly like her throat completely seizes up and she just can't get the words out.
Put my hand on her shoulder, saying, "I'll be back with a swift return," and then I scurry out of town.
He meanders. Gotta take the long way home. Back to you, Bashra. He shuts the door and comes back over to you and says,
when he comes back in, Bashra has a bottle in hand open, and he just kind of looks side eyes, looks at him like he's about to take a swig.
You see that there's no judgment on his face when you do that at all. He actually goes over to like a small portion of the bed that doesn't have like books like so piled up on it, and like moves like 1 or 2 over, and like half sits, half stands on the floor, like leaning on the bed. And you can see he just kind of like takes a moment, like while you're having a swig or 3, he takes a moment to like collect himself. After the 2 of you kind of like gather your wits, do you speak first or would you let him?
I took a sip and set my stuff down, and I think Bashra would kind of wander around the room and just kind of look about to see if there's anything that catches his eye or anything that's maybe he knows or recognizes or anything.
Bashra. The skills that you have for things that you understand in this world, nothing jumps out at you. You're a rogue, of course.
There's a Lizard's Guide to Playing It Cool When You Fuck Up. Volume 2.
Yep.
Wow.
I just took a sip, put the bottle back, chill.
No. So he gets up, kind of like his hands once again practice to be on his thighs, and walks over to you and says, to continue where we left off, the creature seemed more whole, in short. But that wasn't all. While he went around and devoured many, there were others that he couldn't just devour. He had to... Where do I put this? It was like a pulse that came off of him. I felt it myself. If it wasn't for the Lord protecting my mind and soul, I don't know. I felt as though I was going to succumb to it when I was so close that I could feel the pulse myself. But there was a pulse that came off of it. And that
messed
pulse...
with your mind.
very much so. And it seemed as though those that it was either incapable or unwilling of consuming before, after the pulse, it was the dinner bell had been rung, and we continued to feast. I don't want to say the creature was whole when it left, because that cavity in its chest, all those limbs, maybe it's supposed to be that way. Maybe
Almost
it's
out
just,
of instinct, he goes, "Did you see a needle?"
I didn't, but to be honest, I didn't ask about one. Perhaps one of those in the rest of the building has, and we can certainly inquire. Why? What is this?
Well, from what my comrades told me.
Maggie! Hi, Maggie! Sorry.
From what my comrades told me, Maggie.
From what my comrades told me, they believe that might be the weak spot where a decisive strike might be the opportunity we need. So I was curious if in its reforming question mark, obviously Beisha is making stuff up as he goes, not trying to be deceptive because he just doesn't know shit about this. Reforming, wonder if that vulnerability will be more protected.
I don't know. I think that you lots probably have a better understanding of that sort of thing. I didn't even know. I wasn't even aware that that was something to be aware of. So, we can inquire the people, as I said, and see if we can find any more details. Do you have any questions for me? For anything else pertaining to this thing?
Actually, one in particular calls to mind. You said calling forth to your god. It seems like he's granted you more power than you've had before.
Yes.
I'm very curious as to why the creature avoided the holy fire.
I'm keen to believe that it was the blessings of Lathander to keep it at bay. I mean, so much destruction, so much death. I mean, we're talking the number of people that live in this. We had over 1,000 that resided in this city, or town, to be honest. I don't mean to inflate. Yes, some did get away on the boats, but one boat literally sailed off with 3 people on it. We could have fit everyone in this building and more. But nonetheless, people took to the docks and fled. I hope that they survived, even if I'm disappointed with their decisions. It took out pretty much everybody that existed here. So I think it was just Lathander offering some degree of grace.
It's intriguing to me because my companion, who you just met and who took off, has encountered this creature before. I know not where, I know not when, I know nothing of that sort. But he is quite in tune to fire. And it unfazed this creature. So something about yours, I believe, deterred it. That's what my logic tells me.
I mean not to cast judgment upon your companion. I've only met them, and they seem to have some degree of goodness in their heart, or at least this task before them is of goodwill. But simple fact of the matter is, their power very likely comes from their links to, well, likely where this creature came from. Demon, devil, whatever it may be. Your friend has a twisted bloodline. My power comes from the heavens, and so perhaps that's why mine was more effective. And by my power, again, I sound so righteous. The power gifted to me by my God. It's not my power.
Yeah, you're right. He looks like a devil. Anyway. What have you been about town? Have you just been remaining and hiding and focused on healing, or have you been searching and inquiring? Did you see where this creature went? Do you have any additional information as to where we might be able to find it?
When it left, I was informed of the disappearance, and someone would even be able to show you all when everyone's here where it was, but there was a space. It just seemed to be done. And it seemed to, again, this is from what was described to me because I didn't witness most things. I was too busy on the handling of everybody else as opposed to being in the front and trying to fight this creature. I was trying to defend everyone else. It seemed to, from what I understand, reach out and grab the air and rip open the air and step through it.
So no tree.
No. No trees that I'm aware of.
It didn't create an unusual tree at all.
No.
Is there a weird tree in a place there wasn't a tree before?
No. Perhaps aside from this conversation, no.
Are you saying I'm a tree? I'm confused as to what you said about aside from
Alcohol has gone right to
The
Casper's
awkward next 24 hours you two are going to spend together. Tree.
So after a couple more moments pass, he's like, no, I suppose I was trying to be funny. There wasn't a tree in the... It was a bad joke, or at least a misplaced one. No trees that I've heard of. It's fucking session, guys.
All right. Last time it disappeared into a tree and I didn't know where it went.
Well, it seems as though I've provided every bit of information that perhaps I have for you, or at least until your other companions arrive. Feel free, finish the bottle or don't. Feel free to, I would actually prefer it if you kind of stayed in this room rather than mingling amongst the rest. I'd rather meet with your companions and get a better grasp of the situation before we just kind of filter into everyone else that exists in the building. Let's contain I don't want to frighten them. You understand what I'm saying? They're like sheep.
What? They've never seen a lizard before?
No, please don't misunderstand my words. I'm so sorry that you interpreted it that way. I don't mean by you. I mean by any information that you might have that they learn. It might frighten them further. Again, these are just sheep, and I am to be their shepherd, at least at this point. I need to protect them from the crazy wilds that are out there. So please relax, and as soon as your friends come, we can finish our conversation and see what we can discover.
All right. Are there any... All right, so that's acceptable.
With that, we can actually take a break.
Okay. We'll be back for the last hour in just a couple minutes,
Right,
guys.
Mike and I have about 10 minutes to talk. We'll see.
See you soon.
Listen, he was doing important things.
Yeah, I'm not
Stealth
complaining.
check,
Whatever
athletics
happens.
check.
That's
Perception
great.
check.
Three walls,
Stealth check,
knocking
athletics
himself
check.
out.
Perception check.
All right.
Check, athletics check.
Goodbye. And we are back. The final hour
Hello.
of week 4. That's right. A whole month of content. Let's go.
All right, so it's not a quick journey. So it's not an easy journey, but I imagine you hoof it your way back there as quick as you can. So it's about 45 minutes or so for you to get back to the party. So when you come back to them, you're of course going to be a bit winded, a bit out of breath.
All right, Mike, we're not going to talk at all. We're just immediately greeted back by Syax. It was
right.
good role playing with you, buddy.
So you immediately so you get to them. We come running up to them, and you guys see him approaching. You see he's approaching with haste and alone. You take it away, guys. I'm not in this.
So I think we should talk about something really deep and important. Oh, he's back. Well, that's good.
Leisler.
What
Monster.
do you want?
Town.
Yes? I told you he'd be there.
More dangerous.
Yes? I know he's insane. Yes. For once we agree.
Syax takes a moment to recatch his breath.
They're alive.
Baisha and I went to scope out the town.
Alive. Who's alive?
We found survivors. They said
Impossible.
that
He didn't leave survivors.
creature was there, and it was consuming people, and it is no longer floating.
No
It
longer
is
floating.
now grown legs. It is becoming whole again.
It's not good. He'll definitely be wanting this back soon. Ah, good. Scott has his toys. That'll keep him occupied while we adults play our game. Yes, go play with your toys. Good boy.
It's Grommet.
Nobody here knows who that is except for you and me, Scott.
That's okay.
If you add water and put it in the microwave, it's
In
wrong.
chat.
Oh my god.
Now. He's
This priest said that his
priest.
he wielded fire and holy magic. He
Holy magic.
said his god was
Which
Pale.
god?
I don't remember the god's name.
What symbol? He would have had a symbol on him somewhere.
It had a sun. I think I would know. I rolled to know what god he had.
Yeah, no,
right?
your character knows. The god of the morning sun, Lathander, is his actual name.
Lathander.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know what the god
Yes,
was.
Thunder. Interesting. So you think that the holy magics kept? Well, it changes
Well,
everything.
his name is Iliad. He actually attacked Baishra because Baishra was
So he is
sneak-
smart too.
Yeah. He wielded this incredible magic. I think they can be of use to us to help capture the demon. But we need to go and recuperate. We need to go meet up with Bashra. He's still in their camp.
Yes, it appears he's playing guitar right now instead of focusing on the stream. Very important. Campfire guitar guy, is that you over there?
He'll
There's always one in every group.
He's Chad right now. What's up, Chad?
Yes, Chad. Good to see you.
Chad. What's up, Chad?
Chad the guitar man.
Oh, hey, ladies. I just happened to have brought my guitar and this cooler of alcohol. Where'd that come from?
What'd you
Oh, my
bring?
shirt's open.
What kind
of? No.
What kind of alcohol did you bring, Chad?
Oh, what kind do you want? Because I have it. What?
Zima. I brought Zima.
Zima, all right. Fantastic. Zima, wine coolers. So Thonk
Oh, your
will.
family died in a horrible hiking accident. It's too bad I wrote a song about that. It's called "Have Sex with Me." Hold on.
That was actually really good.
Thank you, Wade, for knowing what a true chat is.
Thank you.
Very good, Chad.
Now then, if the creature is growing legs and getting stronger, but it didn't attack and finish everyone off, if they're survivors, perhaps this holy magic means something.
My next question. Thonk just getting up and kind of hauling his hammer off the ground, obviously getting ready to walk, just says, the next question is who it devoured then, and if there is a common link between them.
From what they've told me, they were just people who were attacking and defending the town were taken, consumed.
So those who made those who made themselves unknown.
Correct.
Those who got in its way.
Perhaps Iliad could provide more insight.
He kind of just shakes his head, perhaps.
Possible that the holy magic is what it is. I agree.
Now, in my head, not C-Axis, I don't know your gods, Mike. I don't know your gods and this new god, and I don't know how they're gonna mix and stuff.
Don't worry about it.
I figured it's not gonna be good.
Thonk would not say either way.
My C-Axis is not very good with religion, so
that's
he's
good.
not gonna...
That's very good for Thonk.
Okay.
I have knowledge of religion, but Viceler doesn't care.
Yeah.
I just want everybody to be happy, but I want you guys to know of his magic because I too, along with what Beisha said earlier, I think it can be helpful to us.
We believe, I rather believe that this holy magic is a good line of thought to go down. We could try this path. Yes, and if not, the Orc One said that he could. We had a lot of conversation while you guys were gone. We had lots of good talking time in. We learned a lot about each other. It was a great time. I'll tell you about it another day once we actually get to have that. But in the meantime, he could banish the creature. Otherwise, we could try the banishment spell again. So we have 2 lines of thought now, and we still have the earring, which we know the creature will want eventually. So, the question is, where does the creature go now? We know where the creature went.
We go to the town and we gather the information that we can.
Yes.
Once they're of no use, we move on and try and...
Survivors could have lots of useful information. We need to talk to all of them and perhaps sniff them and see if there's anything interesting about their scent. Need to taste the walls. Yes, we need to get there immediately.
Lead the way, CX. And we'll just follow in tow.
So the group heads out.
Tom, that was a great joke you told when we were conversing before CX got back. I did appreciate it quite a bit.
I told you it wasn't a joke.
Oh. That makes it funnier. Yes, I agree.
Oh. I don't know if my brain is just jelly today or I'm excited because I started a new campaign today, but I find you guys funnier than I usually do.
I'm always funny.
Yeah, see, that's where you're wrong, because wait.
All right, so
in the time that we're gone, they didn't find anything out about the earring. I'm assuming.
yeah, honestly, they were trying to do their experiments. They were doing everything. What I was going to have you guys do, to sum it up, is who has the better Arcana check?
I imagine Vicelor.
I was going to allow you to make, because they were gone for less time than I had actually originally anticipated. I'll allow you to make one Arcana check with advantage.
I have a single point in Arcana.
It's 1 single point more than I do. Wait, so you get a +1, you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, so me too. That's fine. Roll away, Vicelor. You've had the
With
thing
advantage?
for a long time.
With advantage.
Oh, we all know that the 1 and the 2 are going to pop up
I
here.
was gonna say we're gonna get...
Oh, 2 1s.
No, you rolled incredibly well.
Nice job.
Oh,
High five.
a 16 and a 17. You're right about being side by side, though. All right. So, anyways, you
Head back to town.
you guys actually doing your research on this thing during the time waiting for him to come up. You know that this thing is, of course, of powerful magical properties. You get that. There's no question about it. But what you are able to discern together, and this is actually a combination of his just understanding of magics and how he's trying to explain, like you guys are like using the tech magic and talking back and forth about theory and your understandings. It's like a time where you can have a conversation with him, Thonk, and it's not like annoying. I mean, it's been a long time since you've been able to talk to people, but you don't remember that past.
I was going to say, it didn't really, it just was like that.
Yeah. And you're used to annoying people, but this is a unique type of annoying.
Yeah.
So at least he didn't annoy you very much when you guys were kind of concentrated on the task because you could kind of focus on what it was that you were working on. But the immense amount of power that's on there and so on and so forth, you're actually able to correlate. You guys actually mentioned this beforehand, but it almost reminds you of something that you can attune to, an item that you actually could use if you wanted to. It almost reminds you of like artifacts of other fallen great entities that one could attach to themselves
Like the
if they
hammer?
really wanted to. Well, a hammer is not an attachable item.
Oh, okay.
Maybe perhaps if you came across
Make it a necklace.
the lost, hand of an ancient creature,
fucking
or
Christ.
so on and so forth. Things like that.
Don't say
it Very
that.
well could be.
No, that would
So,
be bad.
and this is, you guys weren't able to get any details, of course, but you kind of like flirted with the idea before, but when you saw him running up and when you saw him running up and disrupting you, it was kind of like you just had this realization, like, no.
Oh,
Really? And then he runs up.
Oh, God. Okay. Okay, so then we have that conversation.
Oh, we had lots of great conversations. Remember them? You guys enjoyed them? Remember the time that...
Don't move, Vice Lord.
What?
Don't move.
Is
CX.
that a threat?
No, it's just guidance.
Do we get to kill Vicelor now? Again?
It actually just
For
completely...
the fourth time today.
Thonk ignores you and he reaches... He reaches
There.
into his... he has a belt of obviously books and stuff, and one of the things he has in his belt is a dagger sheath. And as he pulls it, it's wicked looking. It is not natural in any way. It has points that go in directions that, if this thing were to pierce you, it would cause agonizing pain. I don't
I
approach...
have one wish.
I don't approach Vicelor with the thing like at his throat or like to plunge. I
Don't
merely
let the lizard eat me. My only wish.
I merely step to the side, to your side, and I place my very quickly, kind of just did not give Vicelor a chance to react. Place my finger on his ear and lop off his lobe.
Mine?
And yes. And I immediately bring the lobe of the creature to where his lobe once was.
I very quickly singe up the wound with my fire.
No. Do you in any way try to? Because obviously you just had a fucking earlobe cut off. Do you react in any way to slow down or stop him from what he's doing beyond just typical like ah, or
You could have asked first. Why?
do either of you actually do anything?
I don't want to tell him, basically.
What-
There's a
what would
reason.
I understand that. I'm just saying because before we see if any checks it, because we just
Yeah,
go
of course.
I roll to figure out if I can figure out what he's doing.
insight.
I'm hiding, really. I'm not hiding, so
Yeah,
I'm not going to roll
yeah.
deception or anything. I'm being very forward. All right, cool.
That hurts a lot. Ow!
No clue.
Yes, I know. He cut off my ear.
Can I run over to Wade to kind of
Well, it's gonna be a like, because I have the other.
Oh, does
the
it
other part.
cauterize right immediately?
Well, I'm gonna go slice, and then before I give it a chance to bleed too much, it's just gonna be a immediate bringing up of the lobe. to
Pressing the
wound.
other one to it, and I imagine this is right as you guys were like walking out, so maybe you weren't even paying attention. So that's fine, Mike. I'm gonna have to let you go through with it because Wade rolled poorly. Good job, Wade.
Oh, so you just switch the two lobes is all that? Okay.
I took off his, and because
you press the other one to it.
yeah, because as CX approached, basically, I came to a realization. And
I will try to pick up my lobe and
This is common. Unfortunately, this is common with deities or higher beings. So we'll see.
So, much like in the combat when you fought the creature, or even at that point in time we were trying to rip the earring off beforehand, you saw like the little bits of skin kind of grabbing at each other and like just like resealing back up. As you put it close to the ear, and it's like a boop right away. It's like as you get it close, you should like stay still and like hold them still to get it on there. Touching something makes fun stuff happen.
Typically,
you can almost see like the ear itself kind of like reaching out with those same tendrils from like within it and the actual flesh itself, trying to grasp up at the.
And if Vicelor ever panics, I will use calm emotions on him. I will just calm.
I will just punch him and knock him out.
No,
don't step on the earlobe. I want my other one back.
I just in case.
Can I grab Vicelor's ear and just start mocking him while this is going?
This is all going on so quickly.
Shut up.
So,
It's a good thing Beishra isn't there because he would have been freaking out right now.
ooh, chip. So, So
Lots of
you
candy.
What is?
it's like 5-second rule. No, so you press it against the ear and you see, and it seals with the ear.
Okay.
Perfectly seals with the ear. And Wade,
Now, where am I gonna find a matching pair? I don't want to look like this.
Wade, as soon as it seals with the ear, things go quiet. Things get calm. Your mind immediately starts racing, and it is racing extremely fast. You feel yourself being overwhelmed with just like sheer amounts of like emotion, no knowledge. It's knowledge. Just there's emotion behind the knowledge. It's so much you can see into. You can feel so much happening at once. It's so confusing. You literally feel dizzying. You see him. He doesn't really know what's going on because he's so inside his own head with what he's experiencing at the moment. But you guys actually see him keel over and just straight vomit because from his perception, he's just spinning with all the shit that's happening. Wade, your character is going to be in this terrible state for a short period of time. So give me a second. Mike and Pat, do your characters do anything while this is just happening?
If he vomits,
he vomits.
I will immediately like gently kind of guide him to the ground and let him sit. And I'm not. Donk's not going to let him just collapse to the ground. He did this, so he's going to make sure.
You said he's like spinning in circles.
Well, no, he just feels. Oh, is he spinning?
He's in his head. He's spinning in circles.
It's like he's got the
I thought you were
spins.
like he was vomiting like spinning.
I imagined he like
Helicopter bomb.
as soon as he keels over, like you see Thonk kind of just take a calm step next to him, place a hand on his back and his head, and kind of just lowers him to a sitting position up against a tree trunk or a big rock. And we'll
As
just
that's happening, CX just questions in kind of
Yeah.
urgency. What the hell was that?
a hunch.
A hunch?
He looking back to CX and breaking line with Viceroy is like, I won't have the answers until he's able to breathe and speak again.
Time passes, and unfortunately, an hour passes. He gets worse at first, not necessarily vomiting, you know what I mean? But he gets worse at first and just seems like he's not like convulsing or anything, but he's definitely writhing and he's definitely really having a hard time getting used to it. But then it starts to calm. Then he gets still, not like catatonic still, but you know, he's introspective. After about an hour or so, finally, Wade, you kind of regain your thoughts. You kind of regain a bit of who you are, what you are. But most importantly, it's not that the voices that you heard before go away. It's not like that happens. It's just that you have more control over your experience of that. Because Wade, the first thing I want to tell you about this item, and the only thing I'm going to tell you for now, is could you please set your intelligence, wisdom, and charisma to 21?
Yeah, welcome to having a piece of a divine creature on you.
Intelligence, charisma, and wisdom?
Yes, sir.
Yep, you just make a note somewhere in your character sheet that their natural stats are 12, 16, and 18, or whatever it was, and then set them each to 21.
Enjoy this part. We'll figure out what the bad parts are, I'm sure, very soon.
I was gonna say, I'm not excited to hear what the downside is of this. All right, where can
Depends
I
on what it belongs
original?
Right, somewhere on your bio, wherever you want. Just make sure you write down whatever your original
The
stats
bad
were.
thing is you're insane now, but you were insane before.
All right, who remembers what my stats were before I just changed them?
I think it was
12, 16, something else.
Yeah, 12, 16, 18, I think it was.
That sounds right.
Huh.
Got it.
I'm concerned.
So you don't know that mechanical effect.
No,
All of a sudden,
no. I don't know that.
Wade, you come, your mind quiets. It's been quiet for a while. You're finally able to parse through all those bits of knowledge. And do me a favor, actually, I'll do it for you. History and Arcana both becomes class skills for you, and they both get expertise on them. As tons of knowledge comes to your character, give you like huge bonuses on those. Sorry. So tons of knowledge comes to your character. Literally what was overtaking your mind before was just too much information at once, too much understanding of magic and whatnot, and the universe and the world coming to you at once. And and now finally you have that calm. You've pulled it together.
Next time you could have asked first. However, I feel that whatever your experiment was successful. Things are different. Yes.
Well, we have an answer, but now we have more questions. Does that earlobe belong to the creature, or does it belong to something else, and the creature is piecing things together from other higher beings?
You can make an Arcana check on that one.
My question is, can you hear out of that lobe?
Yes, I can hear. He didn't cut off the actual ear.
I imagine you mean Wade can make an Arcana check on that.
Correct.
Yes.
Normal, not advantage or disadvantage or anything.
Normal.
Damn, dude. Look at that roll.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Well, I put it on your lap. So
You put it on my lap. Yeah, you put it on our lap, and you kind of told us how to make it work.
Yep.
I'm
So,
glad
I mean,
it wasn't a hand or a
Deep
penis.
research.
No, if it was a hand, you might like it and also hate it.
If it was a penis, though?
So it does belong to the creature. However, what the creature is an amalgamation of. You see, Thonk's saying divine entity, like a divine spark, because you're thinking, for a moment of what this is. Divine entity is a part of the creature, a divine entity. He says this to you. You start like reaching into yourself. You almost like see like you're staring at the galaxy within your own mind, and you're thinking about what this stuff means. And you know that, well, a divine creature. Well, what we encounter in this world are divine creatures. The avatars of divine creatures, the physical representation of what the creature is. The creature itself is nothing more than this non-physical divine spark that exists in the outer planes. So it's not that. It can't be a divine creature because that doesn't have physical forms. It's something else. It is the creature. I can feel it. I can feel myself in that creature being linked right now. But this creature isn't a creature. It's a idea. It's something more than just being a creature. Something more that's pulling all of it, holding itself together. This maybe it's an ideology that's pulling all of this essence, all this power together for a purpose, backed by this idea. But what that idea is, you don't know. Your mind is still too chaotic for you to understand it. You almost see the chaos of your mind as being disruptive. You can't understand as long as your mind is as chaotic as it is. It's static. Maybe eventually you'll be able to pierce through the veil, but for now it's too much.
What he said.
Yeah, I know. I very much imagine like Vicelor is kind of spewing that knowledge in his own voice and just nodding along and kind of taking in the information. Thonk just kind of digests it, but doesn't have anything to say in return.
You make.
No, you don't hear that voice no more, buddy.
At all. I can't.
Yeah,
No,
you
he-
don't have that.
Oh, he still hears the voices?
No, he can choose to hear it or choose not to.
Oh, okay.
He has more control over it from what Scott said earlier.
Yep.
Gotcha. All right, cool. Well, with the new earlobe and earring attached, let's head to the old town.
How do I look?
Hideous.
Still Vicelor.
For Fox says gonna need a fashion check with that ear too. Can Wade roll for that?
Yeah. No, it's actually the right ear, not the left. So, yeah,
Quick
I don't know
question.
what that means.
Is the skin still the color of the creature? Did Vicelor turn into the color of the creature? The skin blend in, or
No, it's different. Yep.
It's super easy in this world with a fucking hood. Just your ears are covered. You're good.
But it's definitely they don't mesh well.
If he do you have a hood?
I mean, I imagine I do, but I also have.
He's a
nice
sick
hair.
hat.
I got some long white gray hair. So
Yeah,
it's probably
I'm sure
covering
you're
Yeah,
my
just
face
flop it over your head. You know,
And you're
like
also
a hood.
lobes aren't
listen.
showing, so
Old people like they don't look fully put together anyway, so it's fine.
it's just a rash.
Rash, long hair, wrinkled skin, you're covered.
anyway, the only creature with a hood, as far as I know, was me and Syax.
Comb over of doom.
Go over.
Oh. All right. So you guys make your trek back to where Bayshore was. Now, Bayshore, you didn't do anything significant while they were gone?
I mean, if that guy was going in and out, there's a reason I actually got the guitar out. because Beishra has an instrument. And in that circumstance, he feels the need to be of some sort of service to calm the spirits. And so he pulls out his zither.
Where the hell were you hiding that?
Under the tail, baby.
I can't even hear it.
I will have sex with you.
Chad!
He was just playing.
Chad, everybody!
Burner, 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 bone me, 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 bone me.
But he was just playing to try and calm the spirits of the people that were injured or whatever in that little room or hotel or whatnot. I'm sad because this guitar is ancient and the strings are ancient. If I was at home, I would have actually had a nice guitar to play.
Well, this sounds
all
like
that
feels like a
alcohol.
Chad excuse. You know what I'm saying?
It's-
Like I'm
Drop your
usually
pants
better
down.
than this, but my brother borrowed my guitar, so you know.
We're gonna
It's only
party.
missing like 2 strings.
No, this is literally a folk guitar. It's got nylon strings. It's not a steel string acoustic, and I'm used to playing a steel string acoustic, so with the way you play it is very different.
Yeah,
Worry, folks, it'll be all right.
But
We're all
anyway,
getting laid
that's
tonight.
what Beishra was doing. Is he
Party.
basically obviously went against the
Sham
wishes
on.
of the guy that wanted him to stay inside there, and instead stepped out and played music to try and soothe. And
Yeah, you're
calm.
trying to be like raise the spirits.
Yeah.
Roll me a performance checking game.
All right.
It's a thing that exists.
Where's
Above
There it is.
persuasion.
Give me that red
Alphabetical.
dice. Give me that red dice.
Hey, you got a 2, 12. Hey, you get a pretty
Actually, not bad.
good, not
Not
bad
bad.
performance.
Not good, but not bad. No. That's actually it's
Timmy's
above
like,
average.
my family died, but that guitar though.
Oh. So,
My husband, I watched him be eaten alive.
well, Kamea, she's saving her heart for Syax, so
There you
so
go.
you know. Yeah.
All right. Well, we make
She
it
thinks
back
I'm
to
a god.
Rivermoot because we're running. out
You
of time.
can't wait to have a wife that's either Scott or Mike. Let me tell you, Pat, it's a great time when you're gonna fall in
Let's
love with one of
flash.
them.
Let's flash forward.
Listen, I actually got fan art 2 days ago of Trini, so let's not pretend that Trini
Did you-
wasn't.
I
you
still haven't gotten all the other shit.
No, it was DM'd. I'll tweet it out though.
I still haven't gotten all the shit from your house forever ago.
That's true.
So anyways, all right. So you guys flash forward. You I imagine you hustle your way back there.
Yeah.
Okay. So you've been gone for 2.5 hours, almost 3 hours since you left there. It's like the better part of a day at this point.
I thought this was a day's travel away. It's only a couple.
If we
hours.
took our time,
Yeah.
If you took your time, it was like about 2 hours. But if you hurry, it was like 45 minutes.
I thought it was
Remember,
a day.
because you did most of the travel yesterday, and then you camped out a
Yeah.
bit.
Okay, I got you.
That's right. Remember?
Yeah.
So you guys make your way over there. So when you guys finally get back there, you actually see that Beishra, when you come finally walk, you knock on the door, you go over there, and she lets you in. Kamei lets you in, and it's actually kind of strange because you hear music from inside the place, and Kamei's like, "Oh, welcome back, please come in." And to you guys, and you go walking in, and you're greeted by the strangest of
have to?
sights. Beishra's in there playing music to people, and they're like enjoying it.
Well, I'm sure there are some.
And as you're like taking in the sight, and all of you guys are like, "What is going on right now?" A gentleman comes over. You obviously know who this is, Syax. The gentleman that I described beforehand comes over, so you know. Actually, I don't think I ever described him. He's a man that's in his like late 20s or early 30s. He's like 5'8", as I was saying. He has because he's from the Northern Realms, light skin, dark hair and eyes, and so he comes over and he's like, "Pardon me, I'm glad to see that you've returned. Your friends, your companion may have not told you of me, but I've heard of you. Would you be willing to come and have a conversation with me?"
I've got hit in the head harder than I thought.
Thonk
Yeah.
nods.
He's like, please, this it's crowded and a bit distracting here at the moment. He looks over to Syax and says, "Do you mind collecting your friend?"
Bashra?
Huh? What?
Bashra!
Sorry.
You done being
Yeah.
rock star over there?
Sure. I was playing my zither.
Oh, I know.
Oh, I just
I'm
happened to keep my flute nearby too.
Wait,
I don't
are
own
you
one.
storing that? So you guys
One
make
of
your way.
3 places. I'll let you guess which one it was today.
Today. Tomorrow.
It was in his ear.
So you make your way upstairs. You know, same thing. Go into the room, shut the door behind it, and when he turns around, you know, so when you guys are all in there, he shuts the door. He's like, "Please welcome all of you. I genuinely appreciate your coming to meet with me and coming to help the people of." And then roll an insight check.
All of us?
Yeah, sure.
My one good roll, baby.
Bashra and Thunk.
Bam.
Bashra and Thunk. It's most noticeable to the two of you. His he stops dead in his tracks as his eyes lock on the chest of Thunk.
Yeah.
The other two clearly tell that he's taken aback by something, but you don't quite pick up what it
Thunk
is.
will just fucking break the silence and just say, if you have something to say about my god, say it to my face.
Perhaps not something to say, but a question to ask. Your opinion on this matter, that's of yours, and where it aligns with your god is to resolve the situation for the safety of those in the region. Correct?
My goal is to help my companions. And I find myself in the company of these 3.
Fight, 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 fight. Kiss already.
I can appreciate the evasiveness of your answer, but
Whether your people live or die weighs not on my mind. They were in the way. Those who fought paid the price. It's the way of this world and always has been. If you're not used to it now, then perhaps you should leave and move south.
something tells me that moving south will not resolve the troubles of life. They do come upon us, and it's my place as a spiritual leader to try to ease the pain of those and make life more simple for others. But my question is simply, are you looking to rid the world of this creature?
I promised these 3 that's what I would help them do. So that is what I'm here to do.
Very well. It seems as though our purpose aligns. So I do not think there is anything further that need be said about your path or decisions in life. And
Let
mine.
me hear. I will put the hammer on the table.
It is resounding
Yes.
thunk onto the table. And it like rings and it kind of like settles things back into silence again for a few more moments. The priest will clear his throat. Back to the matter at hand.
Basher interjects and goes, "So your gods don't like each other, huh?"
It's a conversation for a different day, friend. But again, the matter at hand. Were you filled in of the conversation that we had prior to your friend's expeditious departure?
We know the creature is healing, or at least changing in appearance, which would imply that it is healing. But they're survivors this time, and the holy fire kept it away, which is a surprising turn of events because there's never been survivors before, but apparently there's been survivors this time, which we hadn't heard about in the past. And we have extrapolated that perhaps that your holy magics have helped repel it, which is one of our 2 lines of thought is what we can deal with the creature. So now that we have another line to go down, I think that we are more than capable of dealing with it with a large enough party full of skilled warriors.
Should I
Basher.
roll a perception check to see if I recognize that the thing is on his ear?
First, an insight check.
Okay.
I think we all need to run insight.
I think he's just rolling to see if he realizes.
No, you don't need to. You witnessed what happened beforehand. Now you can roll your perception check. And he says,
just to see if we understood what.
I mean, I rolled
said.
insight earlier. Can I use the old insight?
"No,
Dang it.
we like it when you fail."
Dang it.
We enjoy this, okay, Tyler?
Your eyes are still glazed over from your amazing campfire guitar Chad skills.
He
The
says
alcohol is soothing your soul.
actually, he doesn't drink. He just brings it for everybody else's enjoyment.
That's weird. I thought he was taking swigs before, but you're right.
The
Chad,
decoration.
for everyone. And there were at least 3 pairs of
That was Fiji water.
underwears,
What's the matter with you?
jock straps and panties thrown at your face.
So he after you finish like your spiel that you said earlier, he actually says to you, he actually says to Ciax, I can see why it is you felt it necessary to bring companions. He seems quite educated in the matter.
Actually, this is something that's happened more recently, but both Vicelor and I have a long history with this monster.
Oh, by the way, guys, no tree. It didn't teleport through a tree. It went somewhere, but no tree. Just thought I'd let you know.
The monster fled without having killed everyone. That is, again, a new development. I'm curious as to why.
Well, it's probably not so much of a why as it is a how, and I truly believe that this is where I come into play here, or at least the gifts that were given to me. As I was explaining to your friends before, I've been a priest for some years, and specifically the high priest of this town for some years, but only very recently, and I mean literally in the last day, have I had the ability to call upon such a degree of power as I do now. Almost like the floodgates have been opened between my God and myself. They've given to me great powers, and I've been able to use them to aid the people.
Only recently, you say. When was this power given to you?
Again, within the last day, since after the attack of the creature onto the town.
Yes,
You saw
the
the
creature
state of
attacked
the
before it
building.
attacked the town. The creature attacked us, so the creature's been back. Perhaps your powers are.
No, it was
ever
definitely
heard-
after it attacked the town.
Have I ever heard between my insight or between my history and religion checks? Have I ever heard of a priest gathering power like this, like almost overnight?
You can roll me a history check, but probably not. Never mind, you rolled well again. I'm literally setting the thresholds high because this is like old knowledge. So I'm like, 25 or
I have
higher,
no
we can have
knowledge now,
conversation.
so I might as well abuse it.
Yeah.
Well, listen, I expect you to roll under 10 and then don't have to worry about it, Wade.
Well, that's not an ordinary way you're dealing with. It's Vicelor now.
So my apologies. What it is that, so you're thinking about this even further, and you're thinking about the ideology, all that fun stuff that we were talking about before. This isn't something that you can roll on. This is knowledge from the hearing. So you're thinking about the my brain's not working. I'm sorry. You're thinking about the ideology that this thing seems to be a composition of from beforehand, and you're thinking about the question that you just asked and trying to like put these two things together and kind of like searching within yourself. And this happens like again in moments, despite how long it takes me to explain. You realize that while this creature, because of its ideology, is able to consume certain beings, it's able to devour them. Other beings it must retool or work on to be able to make them devourable, edible. But sometimes their attempts to retool them push them away. So being able to pull them in, they kind of like push them away and further down a path, which how that affects the person, it could be a myriad of different things. Looking at this person before you, you can almost feel like this person is resonating with a degree of something that makes them not devourable to this creature. And so maybe this is one of those scenarios where it was pushed rather than pulled, and that's caused this this further depth to happen. Or maybe, you know, their God just said, "You, buddy, it's your time."
That has happened too.
Most fascinating. I have theories on the matter, but I will allow you to continue to believe what you said has happened, and we will move on. However, it's good to know that you are at least aren't of the current taste of the creature. So I believe that you would be a valuable asset in trying to defeat it. Yes. I will continue to ponder on the matter.
Yeah, I came to that conclusion before you got here, Vice Lord, but cool.
You've been drinking.
I had just a swig. Don't even.
Well, it seems as though you've provided, you've already gathered the information that I can provide for you, aside from, of course, the location where the disappearance of the creature took place. Unless you have any other questions, Susie, that you could have formulated in the past several hours. Um,
How many
Ah.
lived?
I'm sorry.
How many lived?
71.
Out of how many?
Over 1,000 lived in the town before. Some escaped on the boats.
There should have been 71
Most-
survivors. If any survived, it's either because of something to do with your divine magics, or the creature was full. Perhaps it got its fill. It's never left survivors before.
It still had a gaping.
Except me. I am the exception. I have been left behind. Now there's two of us. Congratulations. I'd like reach out his hand.
He looks at yours and just out of instinct grabs it, trying to
Two
be polite.
survivors. Now we can
I
theorize-
survived.
What? That's different. Well, what happened out there was different. The creature could have finished us off. It chose not to. But why? More speculation needed. You talk, I think. Yes.
I mean, if you have any magic weapons or anything that could aid us in this battle, aside from, of course, you yourself joining, anything of use could be helpful.
Well, it's not like we have much by way of, say, powerful artifacts here. There was actually an apothecary in this town because of the adventurers that would come through using the river. So there's a store of potions and the like that exists there. If that would be of use to you, please, you're welcome. Unfortunately, it's not like we're going to be making an income or selling these supplies now until the problem is resolved. So I would say what you can find there, you're welcome to take as long as you can carry it with you. I would offer my own services to you, but it seems as though I would still offer my services to you in case you would like a divine touch. Keep you all comfortable. Beyond that, I was saying that there was a question before. My apologies, hours had passed. You wanted to inquire about, was it the sewing needle?
The sewing needle, and whereabouts you believe this creature would have gone if anybody here.
Sewing needle is dire. It is important. We need to take it.
Well, they're going to be, I suppose you should choose amongst yourselves who it is you would like to go about and ask questions, who you think would have the best chance of getting answers from them.
I need to taste your walls, taste your water, and look at the dust.
I can.
Not
ask-
vice lore.
I can go and talk to people.
Maybe I should join you. I did
They
play
think
them
I'm
some music,
God.
perhaps.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves here. One at a time. Go and speak to them, or split up. One take to the hospital, one take to the floor below, and see if you can discover any information about this needle that you're saying. Some of them may have seen it, but I myself did not. In the meanwhile, after you're ready and prepared, you're welcome to rest here if you'd like to gather your strength for the night, through the night. But when you're ready tonight or tomorrow, I'd be willing to bring you to where it was that the creature disappeared.
I will handle the hospital plant.
The most
Sheriff.
imperative knowledge we can get right now is how the creature left and why. Did it leave because it was full? Did it leave because of this magic? We need to know if there was someone outside it could have eaten and chose not to, or if it fled because everyone was behind the security of this building. If there was anyone outside that it left behind, I am inclined to believe that it left because it was just comfortably full. Meanwhile,
I truly believe you're welcome. Walls, water, and dust, or whatnot you were asking of. Of course, please do not, for such mundane things, do not feel as though I need to be some sort of choke. I don't want to be the chokehold that slows down your discovery of stuff. Move freely and do what you need to do to discover this. You clearly know what it is that you're looking for. But to answer your question, at that point in time, I believe it was giving up because I had already put up the barriers to protect them in this building here. I think it was just incapable of getting to the rest of us.
Was anybody still outside?
Technically, yes, but that's the one person.
Someone needs to speak to. Who is that?
Well, they no longer live. It was the
But you're
boy.
Sorry. You're saying the monster couldn't penetrate the walls of this house because of the spell you put on the outside, which is why it's eternally burning?
I believe so.
So Syax immediately goes to look for the lady who escorted him out and goes to investigate the fires once again at a closer.
So you just immediately like walk out. Bye.
I'd be like, I'm gonna go and investigate the fire because obviously they're still talking with him.
While Vice Lord and the guy are speaking, what's the guy's name? I think we got his name.
Iliad.
Yep.
Iliad. I'm gonna pull Thonk aside and
Or it was Liad.
Liad.
I think chat added an I. Liad. Yeah.
That was me. That's my bad.
I'm gonna
no, you're
pull
fine.
Thonk aside and be like, listen, I understand you and whatever god or whatever, there's some sort of impasse here, and right now your guys are aligned, but for the sake of us perhaps getting better information, perhaps you should go to the potion store and try and find what you can, while we work amongst them without them having any concern or fear or anything.
Oh, don't you concern yourself, Bezra. I will be more than happy to accompany your friend here, gesturing towards Thunk, and the two of us will go and see what it is of value that's down there and collect it and bring it back. Since the three of you already seem to have tasks, be more than happy to take care of that.
Yes, but what happened to this boy? There was a boy that was outside,
Correct.
and he lived through the creature, then died later.
Unfortunately, he was the only one that I was not able to save since we got behind the barrier here. But he was the one that was still out there when
What was his
the
fate? Is there a
creature
body?
left. My apologies.
Is there a body?
There is. We haven't had the ability to bury it yet.
How long ago did he die? Basher being unsensitive.
Yeah, less than a day ago. The hours of just over half a day ago, I believe. It's been a long day.
From
It's been a
injuries
long
from the
2 days.
creature, I assume, yes?
You may have noticed, or maybe you hadn't, walking through the hospital area, hospice area, whatever you want to call it, that we have out there, that some of the people out there have wounds to the body, and some have wounds to the mind. The boy's body was perfectly fine, but it just seemed as though he gave up living and just broke.
Perhaps he's the smartest one of all. Fascinating. Well, on that note, very sad. Lucky to have survivors, though, so you should all be very happy. Yes. Only there aren't any survivors. None. 0. 1. Me. Now 2. You. I need to find the dust. And he'll, like, get down on the floor and start looking at the floor.
His mouth hung open for a bit, like he wanted to respond, and then he kind of like reads the room and chooses not to respond, and then lets you go about your business. He turns to Bashra and says, "Please, if you can find out anything about this needle, you're welcome to."
Who am I going off with?
Him to go to the potion place, so something
Oh,
this
okay.
has to be RP'd.
Sure,
Nice
let's
and easy for
go.
you.
Let's do it.
Yeah. Yep.
Is
Oh,
that what he wants?
let's do this.
Oh, good.
I'm glad everyone gets to RP with Thonk more than Vice Lord did.
Yeah.
Vicelor, I'm eager to have a Thonk's eager to have.
Well,
a-
now he's eager. But before, the conversation with Vice would have been annoying.
Yeah.
But now it's actually be a fun conversation.
Yeah. All right, off to the potion shack.
Yeah, we don't care about you right now.
Yeah.
So, the others. So you go and examine the fire. Roll for me your Arcana check, where you go out with her.
But I
Sorry,
rolled-
would you travel outside with her? Let's calm down.
Advantage because it's fire, right?
would I roll with advantage or no?
Correct.
Okay.
So, I mean, clearly this is a similar fire to the fire you had seen beforehand that was dropped on Beja's head. But unfortunately, you're not able to learn any of the nuances about this this magic or this incantation or whatever here. It's beyond your understanding.
So I forget the lady's name. That
Kimberly.
Kimberly.
Mhm.
Could I, as I'm investigating and obviously
Wait,
finding
we
nothing,
rolled for hotness.
We don't do that in my games. That's just Mike, because Mike's a superficial dick.
Chat, you can
Chat
assign
wants
hotness.
roll for hotness. I
Roll
wanna
for attractiveness. That's better because that can affect character less than an overall appearance as opposed to just.
We have a tradition here of rolling for hotness.
Excuse you.
So how many of what type of die?
You just got to go ahead and it's a flat charisma check in D20.
Yes, Maggie, don't act surprised. We roll for hotness for every NPC we ever encounter. You know this. Yeah, there's our scale.
Go ahead, charisma check him.
All
Charisma
right.
checker.
So it's a D20. Just
Yeah,
roll a
just
D20.
flat D20 plus whatever her charisma roll is.
She's a commoner.
Yeah, so plus nothing. She is barely below average.
Just average. 9, 10, 11. Average.
There you go. She's average looking like most peasants.
Yep. She looks like that girl at Verizon. No, not that girl, but the other girl.
Anywho.
Well, we're running out of time, so Scott, take it away.
So,
Oh my god,
anyways,
it's late. Holy shit.
yeah. So you go out there, and unfortunately, you don't discover anything of significance about that fire or anything like that. So you just kind of, and you spend some time examining it. You find nothing. But the two of you did have a mission of trying to find out about the item. So you're welcome to choose. You can roll a persuasion check, or you can roll an intimidation check on how it is you want to try to get information from the hospital or the people down below.
Actually.
Tyler and you. Yeah.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, this is Tyler and Pat.
What am I
Persuasion or
rolling?
persuasion or intimidate to get information about the needle from the people in the building.
Boop, 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 boop.
What do you want to roll, Tyler?
I was rolling persuasion. I didn't do it with advantage. Did I need advantage?
Nope,
Like
normal.
Earlier, I did a performance.
Nope, because you didn't roll very well. You rolled okay. Okay, and Pat, persuasion or
I was actually going to use
Ooh.
a spell called Charm Person.
okay. Charm
Am I-
person is a wonderful spell, but that's if somebody's being particularly difficult.
Oh, okay. That's fine. then.
That you would need to use that in this scenario. So what I'll allow you to do, if you're saying I'm willing to use magic in this scenario, like this.
Well, I mean, I can use Persuasion. It's my highest thing, so.
No, I'm saying I will give you advantage on persuasion if when one person's being difficult or two people, you're willing to use your spell.
Gotcha. Okay.
So I will
Can I
give you.
use the spell of my music?
But do you know the parameters? Do you know the parameters of charm person? Oh, it's good that you didn't roll with advantage, so you don't have to worry about what the parameters are.
Oh, I didn't know if I was rolling with advantage or not. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah, I had said if you were using the spell, but that's okay. Read the caveat at the bottom of charm person, just so you know.
That's what I was trying to do. I apologize.
No, you're fine. So the two of you go about to your separate areas and try to find out the information you can about this needle. And you do discover it did, in fact, have its needle. As a matter of fact, after each time from putting together the stories that you get over the course of, like, say, 2.5 hours or so, and kind of like combining it together when you guys collaborate again, you guys are able to discover that after it feasted, air quotes if you want to call it that, on many different peoples, it would stop and pull out the needle and fabricate its own legs, fabricate its own hips, fabricate its feet, and everything about it. It was healing itself on like what it was devouring, almost like they were just using it as raw material to put itself back together.
Sykes. It's like me. We need to feed it, and then it becomes vulnerable.
So that's what you're able to find out about the needle. You are also trying to find out about the
Location.
that we're just going to deliver that to you. I'm going to give that to you. You guys travel together. Wade, you were looking around, dust, all that stuff. You have loads of signs that this thing is actively around. You know that this thing was actively around. You know that it was here beforehand. But actually, after a while of discovery and research, and maybe even borrowing Bayshre's lantern, whether or not you ask it would be a funny thing to know. But looking up, you actually realize, unfortunately, all of your future research is very likely going to be skewed because you are muddying your own research. You're actually corrupting your own data, because you have that item with you. And so you are showing it being present.
I'll have to convince the others to look for this for me, and I'll have to do something else in the future because it seems that this attachment is interfered with my ability to even look, because I am now apparently I have some of the abilities of at least the signs that the creature has as well.
Mike, the short version is you're going to get a bunch of potions. You're going to have a conversation.
Cool.
And we're going to just pick it up the next day. Okay?
Sure.
So you guys are going to long rest overnight, recharge your shit for next session. Before we go, And we're gonna go back and role play the scenario for you next time we play and everything. But before we go, there's one last thing I need to take care of. Wade, in the morning or overnight, I should say, but for the morning, could you do me a favor and roll me a will save?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
There's a wisdom save. Sorry.
Good roll.
Thank you.
You're not possessed yet.
What?
That's my gut. It's like he's trying to take over his fucking body.
I was
What?
gonna say, he's gonna slowly form into that, and we're making a giant meat.
Mid conversation, arm pours out of my head.
Hey, Beishra doesn't even know he has the earring on him, so you
Exactly. Perfect.
All right.
Oh,
Well,
my name is
that's
Chad. Is it Beishra?
know. You shut your face.
Face for Chad.
Well,
Beishra, Chad is on your side.
it's so funny. I totally was thinking of that jingle too. I was like,
And
"Bitch."
I wear khakis.
So does Wade.
No,
Not
it
today.
was a joke.
I don't wear
Jake
khakis.
from State Farm. I was trying to cross another thing.
I don't wear khakis like you. Like you.
I really don't wear khakis. I was just
Okay,
saying.
good.
Yeah.
So it's just Wade we have to make fun of.
Yeah.
And Mike.
well, that's just par for the course. Are we done?
I guess.
All right.
I mean,
I,
we
I
should-
was trying to say, but yeah.
All right. Well,
We have to make fun of Wade and Tyler first.
what? Why are we making fun of Wade now?
They
I don't
won.
know. Beishra's a master of athletics and deception. Back to back.
Master of athletics.
Hey, listen. I rolled a 20, then I rolled a 1, but then
Then I
everybody
rolled a
thinks I'm a
21.
master because I deceived you all.
You fuck up and you're like, did I do that? And everyone's like, oh, he meant it. Oh, yeah.
You just family matters.
I sure did.
Yep.
Oh, I can never remember the intro. Every time I try to think of Family Matters, I always think of the song "Step by Step, Day by Day by Day."
Who hears all the
That's
these shows?
it's the
Anybody?
wrong show.
Man, I used to watch TGI Fridays, man. Boy Meets World, Step by Step. Guardian Angel was one for like a season.
Dude. Which one was Guardian Angel?
The one where like it was this dude, like some kid in college and his college roommate who ate an old burger under his bed and died and became like his guardian angel for. It lasted like a season and people were like, "This is awful."
I thought you meant Touched by an Angel.
No.
I was like, I was like, you didn't watch that thing.
No.
Show.
It was just like a TGI Friday like show.
Days of Our Lives. I remember.
Yeah,
all that.
General Hospital.
I
like
watched Invader Zim and stuff like that.
You're all little babies, so you're young.
Oh no, I remember watching Boys Meets World and stuff like
Hell
that,
yeah.
but I didn't like Boy Meets World. I liked Invader Zim and
I mean,
Oh.
Yeah.
Scott, as a note, we forgot I get advantage on initiative rolls because of my warning weapon.
you did. You rolled that.
I did.
Or at least it's added when you roll initiative. It does it automatically because I have it applied to the mechanics of your character sheet.
Oh, so I don't have to click advantage before I roll. Got it.
Well,
If you
thanks
actually
for
scroll up
watching,
that
everybody.
thing and you hover on it, it'll show the 2 different rolls.
We'll be
Gotcha.
back next Wednesday with week 5, right? We're back next Wednesday.
it'll be Wade's birthday.
Wade's birthday.
Wade gets the gift.
I thought he already got a
I
gift.
just
It's
gave
on
him his
ear.
gift. Yeah, I just gave him his birthday gift.
Happy birthday!
Yeah, my next gift is going to be turning into a giant monster with limbs coming out of my orifices.
No.
Wait. Actually, funny enough, because I forgot that was your birthday next week. That actually wasn't your gift. That was already sitting there in your character from creation. So
Little did I know I'd be wearing it one day.
it was literally because I showed an image to the party.
Maybe
Like,
if
okay,
I get the other earring, it'll be like Dragon Ball Z Kai, and I'll fuse with the monster and become a Super Saiyan warlock.
okay.
If you're with Thonk for like a couple of years though, he won't do that to you after he gets to know you for a while.
He would have asked.
Yeah, I would have asked at least.
Yeah. I mean, or told.
Yeah, I couldn't. I don't know the old man. He's crazy. I can't give him warnings.
Yeah. All right. So, anyways, yeah. Let's
Sure,
do this.
let's wrap it up. Thanks for watching, everybody. We will be back next Wednesday. If you want to catch the VODs and you're a subscriber, it'll be immediately available after this is done here on Twitch. If not, it'll be over on YouTube for free in like 24 hours to 48 hours. And if you want to give people stuff, you can go ahead and do that on Patreon. There's a way to directly support the show.
Good things only, please.
That's right.
Yeah.
So
Please.
that
Please give Beishra something that prevents him from dying.
I mean,
shoes.
Also, try to make the items that you give them. Try to make them very obvious or very not obvious, if you know what I'm saying.
yeah.
Because the party's a little dense, and Wade still hasn't noticed the ring that he got off the tree last week.
That's what I got. The ring. I didn't write it down. That's why.
He's like, where'd this ring? Wait, this is why I like playing with you, man. You're the same way, man. Same way. Like, where'd this hat come from? And why does it, like,
The ring.
do one thing?
All right.
Well,
Who are you? How can we
yeah,
find you? Let's do
exactly.
our roundabouts.
Oh wait, you get to go first.
Me?
Yeah,
Hi.
go.
My name is Vicelor, and I have a companion I talk to sometimes that no one else can see. And however, you can find me every Wednesday here at a Lost Initiative show where I am making wisdom saves and probably turning into a monster very soon. Otherwise, every other Thursday, next week included. Was that my needle? You can find me as Mortifer, the brilliant, beautiful half-giant with a giant dick who swings his hammer as if it were his own and kills everything in sight.
You can tell he's, like, really missing Mortifer.
Oh, I miss Mortifer.
Yeah.
So bad. I love Vicelor, but I miss Mortifer. Mortifer's so great. I do gaming videos on YouTube. I stream on Twitch. Every Tuesday I do a podcast with my friends Mark and Bob, and sometimes we have special guests like Tyler, maybe Pat sometimes soon. We've had Ethan. That's about it because it's usually just three of us because we're boring like that. And building a convention in Cincinnati called Pivot. This May 18th, we're having a free, well, not free, but we're having a preview event if you guys want to come
to... Tyler, what do you do? Where can people find you?
Was I done?
Oh, well, are you back?
What happened?
Are you back?
Was I gone?
Yeah, welcome back.
My whole goddamn internet went out. Motherfucker.
So, where is that? Where is that?
Cincinnati, Pivot, May 18th.
There you go.
Kings Island.
Somebody clip that just so Wade can see it.
Please.
That needs to be clipped.
It was so good.
Just give it to poor Wade.
Tyler,
All my
where
screens just
what
like
do you?
went dark. It's like your internet connection is unstable.
Where can people
Anyway.
find you, homie?
I'm Beishra. You can find me here on Wednesdays. I'll be here next Wednesday and hopefully doing more D&D stuff because I love it. I love being Beishra because he's a stealthy, weird, crazy, stupid lizard man that just loves to fail and loves to somehow deceive people after he fails that he was absolutely purposefully successful. But I am also over on twitch.tv/apocalypto_12. I play games. I also do a Talking Tuesday regularly. And I also have a YouTube. It's youtube.com/apocalypto12. No underscore over there, where I will be posting a vlog and working on bucket list vlogs with my mom, who is fighting cancer. So you can definitely check those out. Hopefully I'll have more videos of that up soon. But all around, just kind of breed positivity and tweet and do all that stuff. So all my socials are the same. # smile always. Blah, blah, blah.
Did I ever say where you could find Minion777 on Twitch? Lord Minion777.
No one cares, Wade.
Yeah,
You said-
go right ahead.
You said Mark, and that's all people want to be. Let's be honest. Don't just tease
I
it.
am wow.
It was a joke. It was a joke. That's how you know we're friends, Wade. I took a deep dig with a.
Damn. I
Listen,
could be mean to Wade, but that
you can say the same thing about me and
Oh,
Northern
man, that
Lion.
was rough.
I
was rough.
I have hot fire. That was hotter than anything I've been able to.
Don't. You're gonna
come-
make me feel bad. I thought it was funny.
I thought it was funny.
All right. Thank God somebody. thought
I'm
it was funny.
CX here every Wednesday with Lost Initiative, guys. You can find me everywhere. It's just Patrick Static on Twitch, YouTube, all that. We play a bunch of fun games and try to have chill days. Lately, we've been playing a lot of Satisfactory. It is very satisfactory. Wade looks salty as hell, and that's hilarious.
Wade just went friggin' Degeneration X. Like, you went like early 90s.
You're muted, Wade.
You're muted.
You've been muted this whole time. Yeah, I thought you muted yourself on purpose.
I didn't mute me. Scott mutes me.
Oh, I'm sorry, man.
Well, you walked off. You know? You good? I
I'm
apologize.
good. I'm done.
Okay.
Doesn't matter where you can find me.
Delric, you can find me over on twitch.tv/Delric, youtube.com/Delric. Actually, literally just starting a new campaign on Wednesdays, 9 a.m. EST. So it's hours and hours, 12 hours before we start this session each week. I do my other game. So it's started. The campaign is actually starting next Wednesday. This morning, we actually did the session 0 character introductions and whatnot, and explained a little bit about the world because it is a recently developed world created by me. So I'm actually very excited because it is a homebrew world.
How many
So
suns does it have
So
orbiting
cool.
it?
Or one world.
Wow,
one
the sun
sun.
actually orbits it? That's amazing.
One sun that orbits it. It goes around it because it's a flat world. Because shut up, Wade. So
flat
the anyways, so that's starting next week. Yay! And Tasha's in it. Hi, Tash in chat. Okay.
Hi, Tesh and chat.
Hi, Tash in chat. We're actually, I
Hi,
think
Tash in
everybody,
chat.
I
Let's
think
not do
everybody
this
here except for
frozen.
Mike knows Tash. Mike, do you know Tash?
I know of him.
Yeah. So everybody
The
here
man,
knows
the myth,
Tash.
the legend,
Yeah. Yes.
the
The
American
Australian. The
Australian.
Australian.
Oh,
Oh,
other country accepts him.
Tesh
Americans think he's Australian. Australians think he's American. No one fully accepts Tesh for who he really is.
throw another bear on the Barbie. Dingo
Beer
ate
on
my
the Bob-
baby.
Shrimp
Uh,
on the Bobby.
You call
Get some
that a
Guinness.
knife? No, that's a knife.
Thanks
Oh, wait,
for
that's
watching,
Ireland.
everybody. We'll be back next. I just gotta. Sometimes you just gotta cut it off and just be like, you
That's
know what?
you.
Yeah. We'll
Just
see you
gotta
guys
pinch.
next Wednesday. Goodbye, everybody.
Bye.